I'll never surrender. I'll never surrender. I'll never surrender. Not going down. I'm gonna stand my ground till the final hour, till the fight is over. Gonna soldier on, 'cause I'm an army of one. Gonna feel my power till the fight is over, till the fight is over, till the fight is over. I'll never surrender. Not going down without a fight. I'll never surrender. 'Cause I was born to stay alive. I'll get through the struggle. It's never over until it's over. I'm not going under. I'll never surrender. I'll never surrender. I'll never surrender. I'll never surrender. There's a strength in me, got no defeat. I'm a survivor. This fight ain't over. 'Cause I'm rising up, never giving up. Never say never. This fight ain't over. This fight ain't over. This fight ain't over. I'll never surrender. Not going down without a fight. I'll never surrender. 'Cause I was born to stay alive. I'll get through the struggle. It's never over until it's over. I'm not going under. I'll never surrender. I'll never surrender. I'll never surrender. I'll never surrender. Not going down without a fight. I'll never surrender. 'Cause I was born to stay alive. I'll get through the struggle. It's never over until it's over. I'm not going under. I'll never surrender. I'll never surrender. I'll never surrender. I'll never surrender.
You know those words alone, I'll never surrender, they mean so much more. Just the words alone does. They mean a lot. They mean a whole lot. I could remember when those words were all we really had to live by. Just a few, and that's just been like a couple years ago. A couple years ago, I'm telling you. Tonight's going to be fun. We're going to have some fun. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, hello, buddy. Charlie. Yeah, I hear you.
You hear me? Okay. What's
Yes,
going on?
I hear you.
It's going to be a good time tonight. Right.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. You hear me?
But there's a lot of feedback, a lot of echo.
Yes, because you got two people up here. Hold on a second. Now I believe I fixed it. You
All
got
right.
two things open. You got two things open, though. All right. Where's the other person at? They're supposed to be up here. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Okay, okay. Lord God, if we didn't have bad luck, we wouldn't have no luck at all. I'm telling you.
Check.
Are you there?
Yep, I'm here now. All right, it's a
Okay,
lot better now. I hear
yeah,
you
you're
now a lot
good.
better.
You're good now. You're good. All
Yep.
right.
I backed out and came back in.
Yes, yes. So I'm waiting on a couple more. Actually, what are we waiting on? About 3 or 4 more.
Yeah, there should be a. I couldn't believe I was talking to him and I said, I was like, where are you? No one showed up. I think I was going on. I think they all chickened out. Unless they're having problems. I don't know. I know when I first came in, it was very echoey. I couldn't hear nothing.
Yeah, I know what you
Maybe,
mean.
maybe it's, I don't know. It seems like since StreamYard raised the money, the price, it seems like it got worse. It used to be really good. Once they raised the price, it seems like it's shit now. Hello, onlooker. How are you today? Carrie A to Z. How are you today?
Exactly. So I was going to do this live a little bit earlier at 10 o'clock. And as soon as I got done talking with everybody, it's like, I don't know what happened. But I just did not open my eyes, I guess it was. I don't know.
Yep. It could be the vampires though too.
I'm telling you.
Hello, Chasing Justice. How are you?
I'm telling you, it's been
Beloved
crazy.
Bush, how are you, beloved? Huh? Hello, Keys. Hello, who else? Beloved Chica. And there's Mark. Hello, Mr. Mark. We got some good plans, Chica. I don't know what happened to everybody, but I guess I'm taking over again. Okay, I'm listening. I got working AM. Oh, enjoy it. Oh, always on. Look, you're my new friend, so I'll always be saying hi. Audrey, hello. How are you? And I hope you have a good day at work tomorrow morning. Work's more important. How's everybody doing today? You're welcome anytime. I hope everyone's all right. It was the last 2 days here in Springfield. It's been raining and cold. I actually had to. I think this is the fourth time I turned the heat on, and since I've been here in July, it's only because I'm on the fourth floor and a lot of old people downstairs. I just turn on the heat, and I always have the AC on and the windows open. Tiger fan, how are you doing? Yeah, I have the AC on today. Well, I had the heat on, but this morning I had the AC on. But like I said, I'm on the fourth floor, and there's a lot of because I'm in a building that's 55 and older, and the old people downstairs, so they must have the heat on full blast. So most of the times, even during the winter, I have the AC on with the window open because it gets that hot here where I'm sweating, and then I can't breathe, and then I get stuffy. So there was only, like I said, 3 or 4 times that I actually turned on the heat. Sweet and salty. Hello, how are you? What's happening on? It's 80 there. Where are you? I forgot. Where are you? 80. That's pretty nice. I wish it was 80 here. I actually had to wear a jacket today when I went outside to the store. I figured it is the new Tunnel Motion combo. It could be. It could be. So I guess now everybody just. All right, I don't mind that. I think I'm getting a lot better than when I was being on panels or doing my own lives. I'm actually having fun. So I'm just going to say the last few days has been, I've been having a good time. That's all. It's gotten a lot better in my life, even though my life is still a little fucked up, as you would say. Sorry about the language. But I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time actually being friends with Ernie. He's actually teaching me a lot also now behind the scenes. And that's why I think I got more positive being on lives and being on his panel. It gets hard, even when it's not your channel, it's hard. It's hard to do this. Even when okay, so sweet salty. All right, that's cool. When you're doing your own lives, but when you're on someone else's panel, it's just as hard because you're doing two things. You're actually talking, you're actually reading chat, you're actually watching what's going on the panel too. If you have other guests, you also got to watch out for them too. But it looks like Ernie's having fun, especially when he was riding his quad today. And I just wanted to tell everyone, I don't know who was in the live before when he was riding his quad. I got really mad, and I think I had every reason to be mad. Little Burrow man, the pink Burrow guy, the little guy, the guy who thinks he's tough, said some really low things to me today when I was talking to Margaret in Brad's chat. She was being nice to me. A lot of people were being nice to me in that chat because they knew the situation. But Berto went down to the newest low that I wouldn't even think he would go there, but he did. I'm not going to say what he said, but it killed me. It broke my heart again. And I just had to take out my anger. But my heart is being healed again. But somebody shouldn't really make fun of someone who lost their loved one. That's like off limits. And you know what, Berto? Don't worry, your day will come, and that's not a threat. You're going to get calmer, and it's not going to come from me. It's going to come from the good Lord above. And now I got that out. So, yeah, this morning, somebody else, I don't watch Brad either, but it was like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I just went in there. They were the only ones on. Brad wasn't there because he's still in Vegas. It was what's her name, Margaret and Berto. And Berto was acting really nice. So, and then my innocents mentioned my name and commented about my name. And then Margaret said, "I wonder what's up with that." So I went in the chat, and Berto was still talking nice, which was a shocker to me. And then I tried to explain, and you could tell Berto was getting triggered. He was talking faster and faster and faster and faster and louder and louder. You know how he normally gets? Well, he turned into that. And he said some nasty things to me about Sue-Ann. And that's off hands. I'm sorry. You don't do that shit. And I became mad. And I think I deserved to get mad when I was in that chat, because once I came in, he left. So there. Charlie, there's no fighting Pink, even that. Yeah, you're right, Mark. I know what you mean, you know. I know what you mean about that's actually a true statement, Mark. But anyways, I hope everybody's doing good. Yeah, voices. That's been happening a lot in his area. He's been losing on the internet pretty bad. I've been noticing that lately, especially this afternoon. So, but he'll be back. Up there he is. He's inviting more guests. He'll be back. He always pops in every now and then, or he could be on the phone. But now he knows that I know what I'm. Well, I kind of know what I'm doing. I gotten better. He lets me.
No, it's not. It's not that you know what you're doing or kind of know what you're doing. You do know what you're doing.
Yes, I know. I got to change
You're
that
good.
too.
You know what you're doing. You're good. You know what you're doing.
Thank you, Ernie. I appreciate that. I really do. I got to put that positive. I'm going to try it. I'm doing it. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to succeed at this. Yes, actually, it's interesting. This is a 120-year-old house. Oh, wow.
So, my question is this right here. My question, no. I'm not going to let it be. To the person I'm talking, I'm not going to let it be. So, what it is these people have holds on these other people. That's what it is. They talk in codes. They speak in codes.
Yep.
And it scares people. It scares people when they're in chats and they're saying they're doxing an address or they're doing this or they're saying that. People become afraid. People become afraid.
Yep.
No, it's time you come out. It's time you come out, people. It's time you come out. Because the more you hide yourself, and exactly. Well, what I'm trying to say is the more you hide yourself, you see, you people hold the cards on these people. They don't hold nothing on you, okay? They don't hold nothing on you. I understand that Viper has threatened a lot of you, okay? I understand that. But you're sitting here, you're telling me one thing, but you're starting to sound like Tina in the other things, okay? Mm-hmm. So they got you in your mind confused. You're confused. You really are. You're making more out of it than what it already is. And that's a fact. That's a fact. It's sad. It's sad because you let these people control you.
Well, you got two of them
control you. You hold the cards.
You got two of them in chat right now that are coding.
Who is it? What is it?
You got Sidekick. They're talking about a 1940 house. Sidekick and Mark.
Okay, so here's the thing. So the person that I'm talking to in text right now,
Oh, okay.
wait a minute. The person I'm talking to in text right now, you hold the keys. Nobody else does. The more you say this or that, the more it makes you look, well, not important. Okay. Hello.
Hey,
Yep.
About damn time.
that was so it kept it let me in and it say you're backstage.
Hmm.
And then you said you couldn't see me, so I would try it again, and then it would say something went wrong.
Because you was in the last chat.
You were in the wrong one. He had three
You
of
were
them in
in
there.
you were in the chat before last.
How?
I went up. How I know this because I went back over there to the old chat and went back in, and there you sit.
But
Hey,
I was
sweet
hitting
baby.
your link that you put
Hey,
in for
today.
tonight.
You sent that was the first link. That was earlier.
So you were
You didn't
messing with
wait. You didn't wait long enough.
you were messing with my head.
No.
No, you were messing with your own head.
Yes, you were messing with your own head.
I already had he wasn't messing because we were waiting here for a while.
Well,
We
I'm
were
No.
here.
questioning about that.
You're here. You're right. Now, am I talking? No, look, even you, you know what we're talking about. People get afraid of these people because of words and what they say, correct?
I agree.
I'm not afraid.
I'm not saying you, but I'm talking about everybody else. You're not afraid. I know that. But that's what they do. That's the fear that they hold over everybody. They use these codes, they use these words in chat, and people see that and they think they're coming after them or this or that. When the
Yeah.
fact of the matter is, you people hold the codes, you hold the keys, okay?
Yeah.
That's what Angelo wants you all to believe. The ones that's afraid of Angelo right now, that's why. You're afraid of Angelo for that very reason. He's making you and he's turning you all into Tinas, okay? You don't want to be like Tina. And that's what he's making every single one of you who don't want to come out against him like that. That's a fact. And to be honest with you, when I'm sitting texting with you all, and there's 2 or 3 people I'm texting with right now, and you're saying the same thing, and it makes no sense. It's kind of like listening to Tina trying to understand Wheel of Fortune.
Well, another big thing that's gone on in this community too, and I know there's some creators that are trying to get better with it. You know, you can go into a chat and just say hello, and it's like, oh, that's an Ernie Shell
Yes.
supporter.
Yeah.
You know, and you're just like ousted immediately. And I don't understand all this. I don't understand the hate. I don't, you know, I'm tired of fighting drama. And I know that there's a lot of other people that are tired also. I mean, we're still watching 4-year-old Ernie clips. Come on, guys. Aren't you tired? You know, I just, I can't, I don't understand this. I don't, you know, Angelo has done lives on me trying to diagnose me and tell me what I am. The man doesn't know me from nowhere. He knows nothing about me, but he doesn't intimidate me. But I don't respect him as a person, as a veteran. They don't act this way. They don't.
Angelo has things that he does not want anyone to know about. Let's just say that. And look,
Okay.
here's the fact of the matter is, look, here's the thing about it. Katie wants to push an agenda that Angelo's in jail. I can tell you right now, if he's in jail, it's not on behalf of me or anything I've got going on with him, okay?
Right.
They have to understand that. That's all a ploy. They're playing you all. They're playing you all. That way, when he comes out of this, what he thinks is going to happen, that he can say, oh, look what happened. I was here. I was gone this long. I said this. I said that. And if his wife is stupid enough to go against people saying, hey, he's not in jail, and she's putting out fake and false accusations that he's in jail, then that just shows you who the people are and what they are. Exactly what they are.
Ernie will be the first one to know if he's in jail or not. Facts.
I will know. Look, I will have the papers tomorrow.
Yeah.
I've already contacted the people that it's been put off on. And they told me as soon as these papers are filed, as soon as it's done, as soon as it's active, they're going to let me know. I'll let you people know. Now, does that mean that he's going to go to jail right off the bat? No, because it's a non-violent felony offense. They'll wait till they pick him up when he comes across some kind of, whenever his license, whenever his NCIC is hit, whenever that happens. They're not just going to go after him and go pick him up. I know how Kentucky works.
That's actually a waste of money if they're going to go after him. They're better off, like you're saying, if he gets pulled over by a traffic ticket, speeding, a stop sign.
Well, the thing about it is, the only address they have on file for him that's actually correct is his mother's address.
Yeah.
Right.
We've got all that. We've got everything that. We've got his probation, all the stuff that he's done. Everybody thinks I put it out there on him. I don't put shit out there on him yet.
Nope.
But I will. I know exactly what I've got. I know exactly what I'm going to do. And it's going to work. It's going to work because I'm not out there putting everything out there on him right now. And for you people who are in the back chats and people who are in the side and the people I'm messaging, quit being afraid. Okay? Quit being afraid. You're not going to be put under. You're not, all this crap you're telling me right now, that's not what it's about. You don't understand. You're better off coming up and talking about it. That way you're safe. You do understand that, right? You do understand that. I hope you do. If you're out there and you're known, what I don't understand is there's one person I'm talking to right now, and they hold the keys. They hold the keys, okay? This ain't got nothing to do with Zeldin being shot at. I promise you it don't. Now, people are afraid of these people, and it's sad. It's very sad. I'm not being afraid of these people. I'll run straight through these motherfuckers head on. I'm not caring, okay? I don't fear these people. These people do not make me say, hey, wait a minute. I'm going to be quiet. That's not happening. For the longest time, you people in my chat, people who are my people, have feared these people. There is no reason to fear these people.
Yeah.
Am I right, Charlie?
You are right. You're absolutely right. I used to be fearful, and now I'm like, that's why I'm up here. I'm up here. I'm waiting. I want it. Bring it.
I laugh at a lot of it. And it's sad that they can't see the fools that they're looking like. Angelo went too far. He went way too far on, okay, he's not Ellie. Nobody on this platform is Ellie. Stop acting like you're moral goddamn police.
So here's the thing. The people who's doing these threats and stuff, people like JP Fluff, people like these people, I've got your screenshots. How you threatened certain people's addresses, how you did this, how you did that. SDA, all you people that done this, I've got you, okay? When I say I've got you, I have got you, okay? You have to understand that. You are got. When you sit there and you're running your mouth, oh, this address or that address, I've got the screenshots right now. Some of them's pretty old. But here's the thing, the statute of limitations is not up on all this. That's what you don't understand. It's not the shit that Benny Keys did. And look what happened to Benny Keys. He got for stalking, right? Correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Look what he did. Look what he did. I'm not finished with Benny Keys. Benny Keys is getting ready to meet Well, he's getting ready to meet something that he never wished he would have ever seen. He would. I guarantee you. Everybody thinks, "Hey, old Benny." No. Time tells all, my friends. Time tells
Ernie,
all.
you're crackling.
Where's the rest of everybody else at? Supposed to be up here.
I don't know. I seen Angela's in the chat.
3 years ago, look, 3 years ago, you ladies, 3-4 years ago, you were so vulnerable. Now you're strong.
Yep.
You are stronger now.
Yep.
I've seen Renee get so pissed off and mad, she quit everything.
Yep.
I'm telling you, I've seen her. But now we've already been hit with the worst, people. You're strong. You endured that, okay? You do understand that, correct? Why do you think you people from Jimbo's in the stand are coming over here right now? Because you're looking and you know I'm telling you the truth. You know what I'm saying is true. Why do you think these people have to put off these fake and false agendas on me for? Because they have to have something. They have nothing. Why do you think they play video after video after video? Why is Katie wanting to go back to the trial? Didn't the trial of Ronnie King bore you all to death? I remember how Jimbo had to quit doing it because it was the most boring shit ever.
That was the most boring trial I ever seen in my whole entire life.
But Katie has no content, guys.
No.
She has no content.
She falls under false pretense. Well, I'm the news. I'm here to bring the news. No, you're covering other creators' content and inserting yourself in places that you don't need to be. This is social media. This is not jail. You all aren't cops.
It sure as hell not the news.
And it's gone way too far. It's a joke. It's a joke. Just name the creators. Name
one of the things the FBI told me. And they said, "Why is he going after you so hard for? He has something to hide." That's exactly what he said. He said, "It's like he has something to hide." So, Angelo, come out of hiding. Okay? It's all good. You're afraid now because I turned the table on you. That's exactly what I was waiting for. I waited to the moment that you pushed me to the max. You never thought that military records would contact me. You never thought because you use your DOD number and all that shit. Who cares? Who cares about who you are and what you've done? I know how you got out of the military. I know exactly what you did to get out of the military. To me, I think that's a disgrace what you did. And you told these people you were something when you're nothing.
Bingo.
Who else is this backstage?
It's me. I kicked myself.
How come there's 3 of you up here?
What?
No,
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead, Charlie.
What's up, Hazy? How are you? What's happening? Jimmy, what's going on, man? Renee knows Bing Jitsu. You know Bing Jitsu?
Who?
You. Mark said you know Bing Jitsu. Bingo and karate at the same time.
Earlier, everybody was asking me who Ben Holden is. I'm going to expose Ben Holden. His IP was caught a while ago. And I'm not going to say anything else about it. Everybody wants to know who Ben Holden is. Well, that's Katie's people. That's Katie's people. That's also a person over at Brad's. I'm going to expose Ben Holden later on. Yeah. You all quit being afraid of these idiots, of these chicken shits, okay? Quit being afraid. There's no reason to be afraid of these people. The more people who come against him. See, when Angelo, when this is in effect on Angelo here tomorrow, there's 2 or 3 more people that's coming in for charges on Angelo for what he did. He tore you all out. He remember when he said he's going to take you all at the knees? He was going to take my knees out, my support system. Is that what he did, Renee? Is that what he did?
Nope.
Think about it.
No.
What did Angelo say he was going to do, though?
He was going to, well, he threatened all the ladies that support you.
He said he would take my knees out with the support system. It's what he said.
Yeah.
He would hit them. He said live, and we have this. We have him on this. We have him saying, I will take his support system out. These ladies, I don't care, he said. But you know, Katie, people like that who heard this, who still promote this guy, who still thinks just because his fake ass AI under the City World Light book is going to go somewhere. I hope it does, so I can sue the shit out of him. The more money he makes, the more I'll make. I'm glad Katie came up our own panel and said, oh, look, this is Angelo's bank account. I was loving that. I said, how stupid can you be? But we're talking about Katie Klein here, folks. That alone, a failed model, a failed actress, and a failed singer, okay? Someone who used to be, and I say this in the best way possible, a streetwalker.
She's no better than anybody else. She's on YouTube 7 days a week with no other life, covering other people's content. I laugh. It's so pathetic.
Hold on a second. JP, for your information, it's my clone threatening you, and I don't ever have threatened anyone. I didn't think you did, JP. But I do know. Look, right now, hold on, stay right there. To the person I'm texting right now, do you see this? This is JP Fluff. They're saying that wasn't them. That was a clone of them, okay? It was a clone.
I've never heard JP Fluff say anything like that, Ernie.
I haven't either. Now, look, the screenshots I seen, it's got JP's name on it, and it was some bad threats. And they're scared of that because of who they are. To the person I'm texting right now, look, this is JP right here. This is JP Fluff, a lawyer and a governor, because she mocks the shit out of everything I do. But listen, this right here, she's saying right now, she's not the one doing it. It's a clone. See, a lot of you all fall for these idiotic clones, okay? You fall for these clones. Don't do that. You have to check it twice before you put it out there, okay? Now, this right here is your documentation. Screenshot it right now, people, because it's going to come into the future. I guarantee you that.
Ernie, when that clone came in, I knew it wasn't the real JP because it didn't say JP Fluff with the justice symbol and lawyer governor. It just said JP Fluff. And that's when I told you, Ernie, it's not the real JP Fluff. It was a clone. It was a troll.
Mic check.
Because that's the real one, but it wasn't the real one who was in that chat doing the threats. It just said JP Fluff. It didn't say lawyer or governor. So
now look,
JP Fluff, we're in the good.
Now look, sweet Katie, and the rest of you investigators, okay? And I'm calling you investigators because you guys are great at what you all do, okay? You're great at what you do. Now look, you all have this. The information that you all have shown me is enough. I'm telling you, you guys are good at what you do. But you guys, here's the thing. A lot of you all have talent. A lot of you, and you don't even know you have it. You don't even know you have it because you've not even explored it. You've not even tried to explore it. I've seen a lot of you come in and know exactly what you're talking about. You're smarter. Where the hell is Lori at? Lori, think about what you was 3 years ago and think about who you are now. Think about what you've done. Think about how brave you are now. Think about how strong you are now. Here's the fact of the matter is. Here's the fact of the matter is. Sarah Ninja Smiles
Uh-huh.
did something that nobody else has done to date. They actually called Ray Smith out. Do y'all
Yep.
remember that? Do you remember that? It was brief, but she
Yep.
was quick about it. She was brief about it. She was like, "What have Charlie? Help
He
everybody with that."
and he actually, when she came on the panel, she called him out so quickly that Ray Smith disappeared. He hasn't been known since that day. He hasn't been seen anywhere. So actually, it worked. Whatever Sarah did, it scared
Hold on
the
a second.
living shit out of him.
JP, in the past, I do know who you are. I know what you are. I know what you stand for. I just told you I stood up for you. I do not believe what they say about you. I know that there's a clone. I know there's a clone of you. There's been one for years. But see, these people who are played as victims, they don't understand that. They see stuff that you've done through your clones done acting like you, and they take it as being you. I know that, JP. I have no problem with you. I've never had a problem with you. You know this.
Get off the bandwagons and just be yourselves. You don't have to hate because everybody else hates. And I'm not asking anybody to like Ernie. I'm not asking anybody to watch him if they don't want to. But we're tired. We're all tired. It's hate nonstop. Don't tell me it doesn't affect your life and mental state, because it does. When you're constantly wrapped up in toxicity and hate and hurting people.
Here's something too. Look at how far they'll go. Now, what I mean by that, now check this out. Charlie, are you still with us? I had to mute
Yeah,
you
I'm
because
sorry
we was
about that. I had a coughing attack. I'm sorry. I'm here.
You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. Check this out. Now check this out. Look how far they'll go. They hit me over, they hit me over being gay, which I'm not gay, but they
I know
gay
that.
bash. Listen to me. They gay bash so bad. Traders even joined in on it, and that bitch is gay.
Yeah.
And she was joining in on gay bashing when she's gay. We all know that. But she joined in on that, okay?
Unreal.
She joined in on that. I was sitting here like, I couldn't believe I was hearing that. I'm like, wait a minute. Ain't she gay? I mean, but for her to join in on that, that shows you that this fake and false agenda of theirs, there's more to it. Now, here's the thing I'm looking at. If you look at Angelo, every time he cams up, he looks like a hobo. Has anyone
does.
noticed that?
His clothes are filthy.
He travels around the United States. Go ahead, Renee.
His clothes are filthy. He looks like he hasn't bathed, or it's just disgusting. You guys have been fooled. I'm sorry. And he's used his military status to manipulate. Let me tell you, I've been accused of not liking veterans. That's not true. I don't like veterans that nonstop look at me, look at me, look at me, look at my book, look at this. Let me tell you something, guys. Ernie has made mistakes, okay? But he's trying. He's trying. You don't be a person like this. I don't care if it's Ernie or who it is. He's done nothing personal to you. He hasn't stolen money. He was given donations. And now it's turned around that he took their money. No, you gave it to him, Mama
He took their 401k.
But let me tell you guys, my dad served in the army in Germany during the Vietnam War. He didn't go to battle for it, but he was in Germany on standby. My middle brother was in Desert Storm, and my younger brother served in Panama and has a lot of awards. I do not hate veterans, and I don't appreciate Brad and Margaret taking a message that they took all wrong in my text that I put in his chat. But Brad, your channel was used and your numbers are showing it, and I was right. Okay?
Yep.
The stolen valor thing has been played out. All right? It's done.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna speak on that. Let me speak on that. Here's the thing with that. If I'm stolen valor, it's against Kentucky law. Go bust my ass right now. You're not gonna do it because I'm
Yep.
not stolen valor. You're not gonna do it anyways. I am working with Kentucky military records right now, okay?
Yeah.
On doing what we need to do on account of Angelo. Once this is played out, I am going to bust Josh's ass. I'm going to bust Stone Vet. I'm going to do it in a nice way, in a professional way. But one thing leads to another. Time tells all. It's going to be awesome because I have my records. I know what I've done and what I've not done. I don't
Yeah.
have to worry about you fucking idiots. And here's the thing. I never said and never pushed military anyways. I always said, hey, you know, they hit me on account of something with Brian Laundrie. I said that everybody knows that I am military and I am law enforcement. I worked for Pellissippi State Police College, okay? I was a state police officer for that college. Yes, I was. The records show that. I can show that. Okay. Even when I was arrested, even that was brought up. Because when they say, hey, this comes up on you right here. What is this? Was you sworn in? Hell, yes, I was sworn in before. I was sworn in twice through the military and through the state police. Okay. Yes, I know what POPs is. I know what all that is. Yes. Now, how long was I at Pellissippi State College? It was the same time Obama came and done a speech there. I was there for 5.5 to 6. It was about 5.5, a little bit over 5.5 months is when I was there. Now, I've got my records for that. I've already been tried. I've been literally FBI, the Department of Homeland, now TBI. You're not going to beat me, okay? You're not going to beat me. Now, hold on 1 second.
Divorce. Who said? Name the people. Divorce. With all due respect. Whoever lied and said they were military and in combat. Name the people, please, if you can. Right there is spreading something that's not true.
There's probably a lot on YouTube that have, but the obsessive behavior over Ernie is off the charts. We're here for entertainment. YouTube's entertainment. YouTube is millions and millions of creators on YouTube. But for 4 years, let's get Ernie Shell. Let's get Ernie Shell.
He's the only one.
The van charges were dropped. There's probably a reason for that because it was a weak case. He hasn't committed any violent crimes. He hasn't stolen women's 401k retirements. Angelo, constantly tries to say he's robbing old ladies. He's, that's not true.
Angelo told the TBI and federal agents that I was burning people at the stake because I said, I'm going to burn you at the stake, meaning I am going to show everybody who you are and I'm going to burn you at the stake. I'm not physically burn anyone. Do you remember that, Renee?
Yeah, he turned a figure of speech, and everything you've said gets twisted on this platform, and they're still doing it, and they can continue to do it. But don't come in here and hate, because we're done with it. We want to have fun. We want to enjoy. And if you don't want to participate in it, then don't. I don't see any other subs going to anybody's chat and disrespecting that creator and making fun of them for health issues, their size, ass AIDS, he's gay, he's this. Nobody on this platform would deal with that as a creator in their chat. It's going to stop. It stops.
Well, let me show you this. Let's take Logan, for example. He's losing his mind, and it made him go into drinking so heavy that the fucker fell 4 or 5 times, cut his eye open, just because they said, hey, you bought nude photos for $10. You know what? If somebody said that about me, I would love it. Hell yeah, I bought those photos. You know, but for him, that's killing him right now. Can you imagine what I've endured for 4 fucking straight years? He's just seeing the tip of it. He's just seeing the tip of it. You know, when this first started about me and what was going on, I was weak. I didn't understand YouTube. Now that I've turned all those adversities into advantages, I'm going to show you what they are. I'm going to show each one of you what they are.
Sweet and salty, you are absolutely correct. And I've been saying that for a few months. When does it stop? When somebody gets pushed to suicide?
That's what I said.
Is that what it's going to take?
Could I say
and I'm not
something
just
about
talking Ernie. I'm not just talking Ernie. I'm talking others that have been bullied, called names, been doxxed, their children, my son included. And that's okay. I can handle it. But you know what? A lot of people can't. But they want to be here because this is their entertainment. This is what they do. A lot of people don't have TV anymore.
Okay, now check this out. The person that just came in just now, nobody say no names. You protect each other's identity here, because you know how it is. Hello, sweetie.
Hello, how are you?
Doing great. And what's up with you, big dog?
Oh, just listening to the chat.
And what about my other guest back there?
Oh, it's cracking, guys.
What's up, Homelander?
I'm sorry, I had my YouTube open still. Everything was up.
Hi, Homelander.
Mr. Homelander, what's happening, man?
I'm a noob at this. What's up? How you guys doing? How was your night?
Glad you're here, Mr. Homelander.
You too, Charlie. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're still happy.
Yeah, I am. I'm doing good. I'm really doing a lot better than what I was. It's really good to feel this good again, because for a while I wasn't feeling good at all, and I had to pick myself up and say, what the fuck am I doing? And the last few days, I haven't laughed so much in the last 3 days, and I'm a lot better. Let's just say that.
Happiness is hard to find. Take it wherever you can get it.
It is. No, I know. I'm going to get it. I'm going to try my hardest. It's coming. It is coming back. That I can tell you.
What's your take on?
I also thank you for being here, because for some reason, I don't know what it is. When I first heard you on the panel, I was like, this guy's pretty amazing. And I don't know what it is. I still haven't picked it out what it is, but you actually picked me up also just by you speaking.
Oh, I appreciate that. I mean,
no, I really mean that. I really do mean that.
I jumped on to see, because I told you I'd check your live out earlier today, and I got in and I checked to see if you were on, and I saw that Ernie was on. I was like, all right, I'll jump in there.
Yeah, I'm going on later on after this. I got one set, so I'm going to try to go on after this. So
all right, cool.
Hopefully you can make it.
Renee, I have thoughts and feelings on everything. I'm not going to and Ernie knows this. I will not make excuses for Ernie's behavior. I will not. There's things that Ernie has done that has brought some negative stuff onto himself.
Agreed.
I from the moment I emailed Ernie, from that point, I have to say, okay, if he does XYZ, I have to say, am I okay with somebody that I would call a friend doing these things?
Right.
The things he's done before that, I don't condone any of that. I don't make any excuses for that, and he seems to be doing good things. I told him and people have these preconceived notions about Ernie, and he just looks. They think he just looks at people for what he can get out of them. I told Ernie straight up. I said, the only thing you will get from me is honesty. Expect nothing else. And if you're not comfortable with honesty, then don't find another friend, because I'm not the one, and he said, I need that.
Yes. And
Yeah.
I don't condone, everything that Ernie, there's been a lot of talks, but it's on the side, you know what I mean? It's privately and
Let me ask you a question, guys. Look at what just happened to Cuomo.
Cuomo.
Yep. I call him Kumo. I like to call him Kumo because he thought he was cool, but he was nothing but a mo. Okay. That's what I like to do. That's why I got little things I do and say. It's about time you come back up. What did you do? Kick yourself?
Yes. Sorry.
I figured you did. Fooling around them buttons, it's hard to do sometimes. So let's say this. Years ago, it came out that he was in trouble already. And conspiracy said that a lot of things already happened to him, correct?
Correct.
And now things are starting to happen. Is it really that it's coincidence that these things are falling into play that happened, or that was said to have happened years ago? Think about it. That's all I want you to do. Let's not talk more about it on this, because some big stuff is getting ready to come out. Some huge things are coming out. Homelander, let's just say this: where you're from, there's a lot of things around that area that are getting ready to be exposed. Do you believe that?
I don't. My political positions don't really align with yours and others in the community.
I know that. I understand that.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot getting turned over all over the place on both sides, even locally.
Right.
It's all a cesspool. It's all a cesspool. Look, you got two wings of the same bird, and this bird is scalping from the people. If you make a certain amount of money, you fall into a certain tax bracket. That tax bracket is where so both of these Democrats and Republicans are evil. MAGA is just an irreverent form of conservatism, and I don't look at either side as good. I see them both as a problem. They both cater to corporate to the their corporate sponsors and whoever their corporate donors. This side has corporate donors from one area. This side has corporate donors from another area. I happen to make under $100,000 a year, so my tax bracket happens to be in the, on the left. But I hope. Look, the problem is that they both need to be just this two-party system, this bipolar system that's bought out by a corporatocracy needs to be destroyed. That's how I feel.
Okay. So, and like you speak to me truthfully, and I speak to you truthfully now, the way we have to be. We
Mhm.
agree to disagree on a lot of things, on a few
Absolutely.
things, right? Correct?
Yeah, for sure.
That don't mean that I'm going to go out there and I'm going to, do something to you that, that's going to be hurtful towards you because of what you believe. I understand the way you believe on the reason the way you was raised, correct?
Yeah, and we sit and have an adult discussion, and you explain why like even I have friends that support. I'm not one of those I'm not an extremist. So if you sit and explain to me why you support a certain political figure or why you identify with a certain political identity, and you explain that in the best way you can, and I as a human being, I can relate and say, okay, I understand that. That makes sense to me.
Okay,
But
I understand that. Right.
just because I don't support Trump and MAGA doesn't mean Biden is worse. I truly believe Biden is worse. Do I like other Democrats? Yeah. Do I like some of Trump's policies as well? But my point is, if we were to sit down and have a discussion, I'm not playing this tribalistic game where
Right, exactly.
you're not.
Exactly.
Yeah. If we sit down and have a discussion, there's more middle ground that we will agree on than there is that we'll disagree on.
Exactly. And I understand that. I understand where you come from, and I understand what you've done and how you believe. I understand that. But here's the thing with me. You see, I also know that the world's largest money making business is human trafficking.
Uh-huh.
I understand where it comes from, what it is,
Mm-hmm.
what it goes through, and how it's manipulated through other businesses that are legit businesses. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. I've looked into trafficking, and I can't find any large scale viable.
Because it's hid.
Always
Well, that's
there.
so like I don't know if you get into like Wayfair and that's like I said, I don't. Unless I am offered definitive evidence of that or definitive proof of that, I don't believe it. I guess where they were saying that they were shipping kids in the Wayfair furniture and stuff.
Well, yeah, I understand that. What it was is they was using that to take resemblance of children, like they was selling something, but what they was really selling was a back front. Like they was selling off this art, this other stuff, and it stood for children, and they would use codes and symbols for that. Now,
Yeah,
I know
and
that a lot of people don't believe that.
yeah,
I understand
but
that.
I also understand. Like I love UFOs. I love I said I don't like conspiracy theories, and I'm a skeptic. That's wrong. I love conspiracy theories,
Me
but
too.
I come at them from a skeptic position, right? So I love watching just a lot of UFO channels, and I'm watching like this rollout of disclosure and what they're going to tell us about UFOs. The truth, I watch it and I like to suspend my disbelief. And we do this when we watch movies, right? We watch a movie and the movie's fake, but we suspend our disbelief and we just, for the time being, we pretend that it's real so we can enjoy it and kind of get lost in that moment. And I think that that some people do that with conspiracies to the point where they lose themselves and they almost, and this is there's some people with politics where their whole identity becomes that, and that's a something I don't want to fall into. I don't want my identity to be I see people where their name is, I shouldn't even say this, because like their name is something that relates to a politician or a political movement, and their whole identity revolves around that political ideology. And it's like that to me is just a little much. It's the same thing with anything, with any, it's just, I like to play and I like to not play, but I like to talk about these things, but I don't, unless I'm given, I need more than just, this, I need more than I heard this, they say this, or I need viable sources. I need more than one. That's all. That's it.
Well,
I'm just,
there's going to be more coming out. I do think, it's all going to get exposed like a lot of other things are, talking about the child trafficking. Things have to come out slowly with all of this, of what's been done to our children all over the world, because most people aren't going to be able to take it mentally.
well, let me
Okay?
tell you what I really, not what I believe or what I have heard, or none of this is this isn't like theory. This isn't, and Ernie, you know this. Trafficking in the United States statistically is at an all-time low. Statistically, by the metrics that we can look at. Outside of the United States, it's massive. It's a huge problem. It's still a problem in the United States. When I say it's low, I'm not saying it's not existent. Trafficking and sexual abuse on children happens behind closed doors from those we trust the most. Monsters are not the creepy handicapped guy walking down the street every day.
Correct.
That's not the one that's going to molest your kid. It's going to be your brother, or the
It's
kid's
gonna be a-
uncle.
it's gonna be a family-
Exactly. And it's
It's gonna be a family
then-
member, someone trusted.
And then it's going to be a drug addict who then, traffics their kid out to their, dirtbag friends or dealers, or, that's where this is absolutely happening. And that doesn't get put on paper because that doesn't get reported. And
Okay,
that's
so
a real
I'm
problem.
gonna go one step further. Trafficking, okay, the traffickers, they hide in plain sight. Now, but they operate businesses that appear normal from the outside, okay? Like massage parlors, nail salons is
Huge.
real big in America. In America, these
Yes.
things, and hotels, and a
Right.
lot of these hotels are owned by these foreign Indians,
Mhm.
correct?
Yep.
Because what they're doing is they're moving their lifestyle here to the United States.
Yes, I worked with a reporter locally to, I don't want to say too much. It's not even, I don't want to make a big deal out of it.
Don't say too
Yeah,
much. You don't
it's-
have to go into too much.
I'm
I
not, it's
understand
not,
what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
important. No, I'm just saying I'm not important, and it's not like I played this
Right.
role in this thing, but I know that there was underage girls that were going on a Friday night. They would check into this roadside beat up motel, and then they would get picked up because they weren't even old enough to drive. They would get picked up by a strip club that was just around the corner. And the owners of this strip club had everybody knew. I even, when I found out about this, I didn't go to the news. I went to the police, and the police had no way of dealing with this. I didn't go to the sheriff's
They didn't know what they
department.
was up against.
No, they
know what
didn't
was up
have.
against.
Nope, because it was two private business owners, and these girls were choosing to do this, so they didn't have an investigative team that they were going to able to put on it. They didn't have the manpower. They didn't care. They didn't want to hear it. So they would pick these little girls up from the motel. They'd bring them over to the strip club. The strip club had an upstairs or a VIP area upstairs that was completely separate with a separate entrance. They brought these girls up there, and I don't know what happened beyond that. This was as much as the information I was able to get. um, I one can assume these girls made money. They went home and they came back next week, and that's how they do it. And this goes, like you said, massage parlors too. This is really like this in North Jersey. There's massage parlors everywhere, and lots of I guess they're like Asian, but like the island, the Asian islands, the Pacific, the Pacific China Sea, South China Sea, a lot of those, like the Philippines and Thailand, and I've never even been lucky enough to get a regular massage, so I've never even seen the inside of one of the places, so I don't know what that's like, but I've seen the people that come out, and it's being run as like you were saying, it's being run as a regular business. Now they do get taken. Here's the thing: they do get taken down. I see them get busted just in my general area. Like about every 5 years, they'll hit one, and then it pops up down the road. the same owners.
It just moves.
Yeah, it just moves. It's
the same people running. Okay.
Yeah.
So let me say something. Since Trump has taken in, okay, other countries just follow the U.S. I know UK, Australia, the laws in it, they require these certain businesses they have to disclose efforts to combat trafficking in their supply chains. That's why they have it hanging up on the hotels now. Have you seen that?
I haven't. And that's great news, though.
So what they do is they make their employees take a special training course. It's a training course on what to look for in human trafficking. It's more of a detailed version of it than what we can do. And what it really is a simple online thing. But they had this teacher that comes out that's appointed who teaches these hotel chains. Because if you look at these hotel chains, people like, and I'm going to tell you, Holiday Inn, Best
Well, they rent the rooms by the hour. You know exactly what's going on there.
Exactly. When they do that. So here's something else too. Nike and other fashion brands have pretty much faced criticism because they source materials from factories, right? Linked to forced labor. It ain't sexual labor, but it's forced labor, which is, of course, in terms, it's not sexual labor, but forced labor. That's human trafficking.
So that's where a lot of trafficking that I know of happens, is the nannies, right? You get these Eastern European women, you get these, and you get their nannies, and they get shipped. Politicians, Republicans and Democrats both do this. So there was a politician busted for it recently. They had a nanny who was from some, foreign third world country,
right?
And they were, they kept her in like a closet size room, barely fed her, paid them like nothing, and made them take care of their kids and stuff. That kind of trafficking happens a lot. That's the kind of trafficking I'm familiar with.
Think about this. These big chain Mexican restaurants, they did the same thing. They would bring in people that from their country, Mexico, they would bring in people across the border, get them in, and they would pay them a certain wage. But what they would do is they would keep them up. They would keep them up, correct?
Yeah, so I was just to tell you, I was 17, 18, delivering pizzas. It's a typical Italian restaurant. The owner had property. One of the pieces of property he had was like a kind of rundown 5 single room building, and he had like 20 Mexican employees that all lived there. They all paid him rent. He paid them all off the books. I mean, this guy would fly his cars out. He sent us down to AC in like this giant stretch limo just for the Super Bowl and gave us each like, $1,000 to gamble with. I was young. I really didn't. This is just how things went. 20 years ago, people hired Mexicans all the time, and they would then buy property and then have the Mexicans stay where the property is that they owned, and they would charge them what they, so they're getting like 80% of what they're paying them back. So they're paying them at the time $5 an hour, maybe. They're paying them below minimum wage, right? So then they have to pay rent. So then that money that they're getting paid is going right back. That happens. I don't know how much that happens now because I don't work I don't work off the books anymore. I don't deliver pizzas anymore. I don't. Yeah,
don't say too much. But anyway,
so I don't know how common that is anymore. But I remember getting a job off the books or getting a job. It was easy and
very easy. Very easy.
Oh, something I did see. They have a lot of temp agencies. These temp agencies. I don't know how they do it, but they're able to use illegal immigrants in these there's a certain kind of temp agency that gets a certain kind of I don't know, something that allows them to, and they're in like sanctuary cities. I don't know what they call them in New Jersey. They're sanctuary cities where if you're an illegal immigrant, you can't be bothered about your immigration status.
New York's the same way. New York's the same way.
Yeah, New York. Yes, and there's temp agencies that makes lots of money off of these people.
Exactly. Let me explain that to you. I know a little bit about that because of what we had to work, and it's as simple as this: temp agencies and like labor recruiters. That's what you're talking about.
Yes, labor recruiters. Yep.
Okay, so a lot of those are involved in human trafficking because there's cases of labor trafficking. Now, most definitely, not saying that it's less visible, but it is the sexual trafficking, the sex trafficking, but it's just as serious. But the fact of the matter is, labor trafficking also is, and that's like when they're paying them pennies on the dollar, and they're making them do things that instead of one person's job, it's 2 or 3 persons' job, and they're paying them for what one person would make with 3 jobs. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and absolutely.
They're pushing them to it. So what happens is traffickers, they get these licenses, and it's easy to get these temp service licenses in the first place, but they pose as legitimate temp agencies and labor recruiters. It's labor recruiters, and what they do is they offer false promises of like better jobs, good jobs, more, or in another state, and they'll move them from one state to another, and they'll take them with them.
Yep.
They'll travel with it.
Have you ever seen
is when the people arrive, as soon as they arrive, like they'll be given all these things. They'll be saying, "Oh, well, you're going to do this, you're going to do that." They build their hopes and dreams up, and when they arrive, of course, they don't know this. They don't know these areas. They don't know the United States, so they stay in it because of who they are, and they don't have nothing else to go to.
There's no way out.
They know they're illegal. Well, they're illegal.
Yeah.
So they have to work, and what they do is they threaten them. They threaten them with like debt, fraudulent contracts, shit like that, and they tell them, "Hey, if you leave, we're going to have you here." Well, and so they don't have to face, being deported. They stay in it.
Yeah, I'm on board with you. I've seen this. I know this happens at a very. If you've ever been to like one of those like China buffets or those buffets, you'll see when they close, you'll see a van pulls up with all tinted out windows, and you'll see like 15, 20 employees come out of the China buffet place and fill that van up. Where they go, I don't know, but they're there back in the morning,
See, and I'll tell you something else too. They also hire these contractors, these delivery contractors out, sometimes truckers, and not saying bad about truckers, to deliver these people to these recruiters. Absolutely. And they get what we call recruitment fees up front. So what happens is they get paid a certain margin for each person that gets across the border and they get to their safety zone.
A few years ago,
what they make them do, what they make them do over across in Mexico, they make them pay, between $2,500 to $5,000 just to try to get you over the border and across to where you need to go.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why they use vans. They use you're saying, they use all these places for transport.
They found a tractor trailer with like I don't know, almost 1,000 dead Chinese nationals in it a few years ago, and they died from like exposure. They were in the trailer and it got hot, and they were trafficked. They were moving them from one place to another, and they were in this enclosed trailer, and they all died.
It's because everybody's breathing the same air.
Yeah.
Everybody's breathing the same air. You're not going to last long. You're not going to last long, especially with no ventilation. And they can't be ventilation because of noise. They do this because of noise reduction, and they do this to where it keeps anything out, and anything in. That way they can remove. They can move. But the thing about it is, look at the children and stuff that's been brought across. They put in these tanker trucks. They try to put in these tanker trucks. Well, instead of being full with gasoline or fuel products, it's children, and they die because they'll have their women and stuff ride with them and all that, but they try to do, like right now, some of them are hooked to where they have fan systems in them. We've seen them. We've actually had them opened up. This van, the one, okay, so I'll give you an idea. This picture right here. Let me make sure everybody's here. Okay, so everybody's using a real name, so I can't show it. I don't think I can show it because it's going to show everybody. So look, the picture with me in the van in the background and the chain going through the door?
I'm not sure, but I know I've seen the converted refrigerator trucks that they use to traffic anything from people to drugs.
Like that.
Yeah, it turns into like a lockbox.
Well, that van had places in the floorboard where it had eye bolts beamed out, and what they did is they had these eye bolts welded into the floor system where they put chains at and would hold people, chain these like kids and shit up. Like, you can see some of the craziest things in some of these vans. Like, you can actually see it. Hold on a second. Let me look at something here. Who's got the kitty cat?
That's not me.
I wasn't sure if somebody was sneezing or meowing.
That has to be somebody with a kitty cat.
Yeah, you're right.
It sounds cute. It sounds cute.
Renee.
Hey, Ernie.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say one thing. About a few weeks ago, remember you told me to watch that movie, Freedom of Sound?
Sound of Freedom.
Sound of Freedom. I did see that, and I didn't know trafficking was that bad. That movie was crazy, and for that FBI agent to do what he did, God bless him, because his wife told him to quit the job because they wanted to pull him out because he was spending too much money. He was only spending he wasn't allowed to spend over $10,000. And then he got these two multi-millionaires where they opened up their own clubs to catch these traffickers because they were trafficking sexual kids.
Okay, so
and he quit his job, and he had 8 months to go to get his his retirement and his bonuses. And his wife said, "Quit the job and do what you're doing." And that movie was, I cried. The movie was unbelievable. I didn't know this shit was going on until I seen that movie.
So what they did in that movie for the setup, because everything has to have a setup in the movies.
Right.
But they made it real life. They made it real life, and it's what Hollywood don't want to show you. But what they did is they take these modeling agencies. And they're able to take photos because that's what they do anyways. They distribute these photos out of these children, and from there, buyers look at this. So what they do is they put a front up, and they have auctions before the child is even present. They have auctions, because the thing about it is, can you imagine having a child on stage? Now, this is the old school ways. The old school ways, they'd actually have the child on stage, and they'd be bidding on the child as the child is on stage. Now, nowadays we have the internet. We have ways where you have photos. You have great cameras. It takes videos and photos. So what they do is now they exploit it that way. They already have the child sold before they even have the site. So check this out. This is a term I want you all to understand. They have the child sold before the child is stole. Do you understand that?
Yes.
The child's already
Yep.
stole. I mean, it's already sold before it's stole. So
And-
what they do then is they set up what's called a way of abduction to get that child. Now, they want the least possible ways to go through with it. They want to be able to, gradually get that child out of the way. They're not just going to run up and try to forcefully take that child unless it's last ditch. If it's a last ditch effort. Now, if that child is sold and people are coming to get that child, hell yeah. That's why you see people running up and grabbing people's kids.
Yeah.
See, and here's what law enforcement don't know. Law enforcement doesn't understand this. And this is what I'm against law enforcement so heavy on when it comes to human trafficking or child trafficking, is they don't understand that child has already been preyed upon. That child has already been sold. The parents don't even nobody knows. Now, the fact of the matter is, Homelander kicked himself.
Yeah, I wanted to. Anyway, I got my laptop. I don't have to use my phone to.
So check this out. So when you look into this stuff, these modeling agencies, even in America, that's the biggest thing in America with modeling work. Go ahead.
Did you ever hear of? You've heard of the clothing brand Roxy, right?
Yes, I have.
So
but you know what it was into, right?
Well, so the lady who created that brand, she was also, I guess, like a model. She was trafficked into a Saudi family as as a Saudi prince's sex slave.
Exactly. Now, so I'm going to go into this, and I don't want to go into this, but every damn time I go into this, Summer Wells, Don Wells knows how this stuff works. Summer Wells, the photos was taken. Folks, think about this. Why was those photos so prominent in that case? And it happened right before Summer went missing. Think about this, guys. Now, what happened with Summer, in my heart, that I believe was a trafficking case gone sour. I believe because social services got involved. Don knew that the time was at hand. He didn't have the time. So he knew when they checked Summer, they would see where that little girl had been molested. Okay, that's as simple as that. That was going to automatically tell that. He had a chance and he took it. That's what happened. That's what I believe in my heart. Everything that lines up with that. I don't know what you all believe, but do I believe he had her set to be sold? Hell yes, I do. Especially with the signs and symbols that they portrayed, even before she went missing. That's all I'm going to say about it.
I'm so hesitant to discuss that.
I know you want to get into it. I know you do.
I don't think Don's letting us go to that.
What is it, brother?
I don't think Don's letting.
Hold on, Mitch.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just don't think we know things about Don from his sisters. We've all heard it.
We already knew who Don was. Correct.
Don is not a predator. Doesn't let their prey go until it's useless to them.
Bingo. And that's what I've tried to get into people's minds.
I think because I have to remember that I'm speaking about actual people, and I'm not in the bushes just typing anonymously.
Well, you are, and it's not movies either. So
no,
it
isn't
be real.
So
it's not movies.
I just with Summer, I think there was a lot of things going wrong, but I don't think Don was going to let Summer go anywhere. I mean, there's some money there that seems a little weird. There's some, weird stories, but and I look, I don't know. I'm just saying I don't think.
You see, when you put yourself into it and you insert yourself into a situation, now you start thinking differently than way you would as a spectator looking in on it, because now you've inserted yourself into it and you have to look at it a certain way.
Yeah,
So
you know more
if
about
you're
it than I
trying to
do.
solve the case, then you have to become a total different person the way you're looking at it. And you're like, wait a minute. You have to understand his characteristics of everything. You have to understand everything that was around that area and take in consideration who these people are as a family.
Yeah, yeah, and how destitute they were too. That shit hurts my heart, though. I don't even want to touch on that. That poor little girl's already been discussed enough on this platform.
Exactly.
And
so here's the thing. Go ahead, Charlie.
Remember, they said that this is the way I'm thinking about this part of it. Remember, they said that he owed money to drug dealers. Think about this. Maybe he was paid for summer and it never happened. So now.
So one of the things we're talking about that while we're at it, let's just do this right here. Let's talk about one of the main effective techniques, and then we're going to get off this subject all in all, because we're talking about the people and how people have changed and people are showing change now. So if you look at Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and Messenger, it's not Facebook in general, but it's the damn Facebook Messenger. But it's through Facebook that if you look at the Zulauf family in Georgia, the one who worked for the government, the guy worked for the government, and look how many counts and what they did. What they did was they adopted these two little boys, and they did unspeakable things to these people.
That's another
They had
point.
predator onlines. Go ahead.
Adoption, and again, we like to be scared. It's why we watch horror movies. So there's some people that kind of immerse themselves into the trafficking thing, and it kind of stimulates that fear, and it gives a dopamine response, and so you want to imagine a more conventional, but the reality is adoption, not even adoption, the fostering, people fostering children, these foster care homes. If this is where this stuff is really happening in like absurdly high numbers, that needs to be stopped, that needs to be investigated, that needs resources to, there's foster parents that foster kids so that they can just use them as an object for their pleasure. That needs a spotlight shined on it, because like there's not, how you see these like Facebook posts of like, oh, if there's a ribbon tied around your car door, don't take it off. It means somebody's marked your car so you can be trafficked. That's bullshit, guys. I know it's fun to kind of believe that and get a little scared and share it around. It's bullshit. And if you believe it, I'm sorry. It's not real. Okay. That stuff is all made up. They're like chain letters. It's silly. And if you really want, and you really are concerned about trafficking, there are these, we can go into the 90s. There's modern day foster homes where there are people abusing these kids regularly. There's foster parents who are still in the game, fostering children and using them. And these kids have nowhere else to go. They have nobody they have nothing. And they don't know what proper love is. Right. So they're associating this improper love as proper. That just really needs a spotlight on it.
Yes, definitely.
I'm sorry, Ernie. Go ahead. That really just gets me fired up.
I was watching a show where one of the kids, he was blown to the foster system, and he was treated badly. They were doing all sorts of stuff. He wasn't eating, taking baths, and they finally busted the last set of foster parents, And he actually told the cop, you know what, sir? I'd rather live on the street than go back into another foster house because I've been through hell. And that just broke my heart. The kid was 12 years old and he wants to live it out on the street. He feels more safe out on the street. That's sick, in my opinion.
And that happens, like,
yeah, all the time.
And they fall through the cracks, so they don't. Yep. You know, the majority of them get away with it, so they're not being reported on.
Right.
The other, and then another good chunk just fall through the cracks. Right, they're 16, 15. By the time they are old enough to realize this is wrong and this isn't what they want, they run away, and they're 15, 16, and nobody goes and looks for them. They're 15, 16-year-olds that ran away from a foster home or a foster facility.
It's not even reported. So there's so many that where the kids don't even report it. You know what I mean? It's only a few that report it. Think of how many who don't report it because they're scared.
What was I can pull it up, but there was an orphanage where they found a bunch of this is tough stuff, but they found a bunch of bodies buried. Smillium Park Orphanage in Scotland.
Okay.
I don't know if that's definitely it, but there was like 400 children in a mass grave.
God.
And it's just.
You gotta breathe, bro. I know it is.
It's just terrible, and it's like we kind of, I don't know.
I think that there are a lot of people that care, but there's also a lot of people who just they don't want to believe it, especially in that area, like in the foster care business, the management, the higher ups. They don't care anymore.
Well, as long as you're a lot of us do it in our regular jobs. You know, you go to work. You just want to get through your day. You go home. This is how you end up.
You want to go home and you want to have a drink or two. That's all you want to do.
Well, that's how you end up with bad cops. That's how you end up with nurses that kill. Yeah. That's how you end up with like bad professionals in every, because people just. But the hard thing with children and child trafficking and things like this is that helpless feeling. And that because you get this incredible urge that you need to do something and you realize, how truly helpless you are. And those two feelings are not comfortable. They don't feel good. So you instinctively try to not have to think about that. You not have to confront that. And just getting on the subject of these foster homes and foster parents and how horrible our whole system of protecting children and fostering children and look, there are real foster parents are living angels. Like they're these people who take in 10, 11 kids and really give them I don't know if anybody's listening who's done that, but you are amazing.
Yeah.
No way does anyway. But the ones that use this broken system to take advantage of these broken children, there's got to be something after we die. Not because I want to go to heaven, because I need you to go to heaven.
Yes, I agree with 100%, Highlander. I really do, Holman. Also, there's people who just do it not because they want to take care of the kids, but they do it for a paycheck.
Sure,
that's their income. The police went at the homes where the parents weren't even buying food for the kids. They had locks on the cabinets, on the refrigerators. I've seen stuff like that.
Yeah. And you could even take now, just take sexual and physical abuse completely off the table. You have, like you're talking about, you have a whole group of people that are fostering children for a paycheck.
Yeah.
And they're giving them maybe one little meal a day. They're not
Yep.
bathing them. They're not, this, and we haven't even broached that side of it.
Yeah,
So when you
that's
start
even
getting
a whole
into,
nother big side.
yeah, when you get into like the levels of abuse, right? Like we're focusing on the worst of the worst.
Yes.
Well,
Yep.
it gets, there's shades to it, and when you put them all together, just in the generic term of children being hurt by adults for profit,
Yes, that's crazy. But yeah, this one house they had the refrigerator locked up where they couldn't get milk for the cereal, and they were fed one bowl of cereal in the morning and a hot dog at night.
I remember that. That's a recent one.
They weren't even allowed to use the bathroom. There was time on the bathroom. Like you would go to the bathroom at 10 in the morning and then 10 at night. That was the only time you were allowed to go to the bathroom in this one house. And they had 6 kids. And on all the food, where all the food was, they were locked up. Refrigerator was locked up and the bathroom was locked up. And you couldn't go out the front door or the back door. That's nuts.
There was that. I just watched, I enjoy LawTube, and I watched the court case where the boy was locked. Like they built like this little room in the garage. And maybe it wasn't even a room. Maybe it was just like a mattress. I don't know. But they had him like locked in the garage, and he had to go to the bathroom in a bucket. And he was like 17 years old, and he had to testify against, the parent. But like you said,
the child who was hidden under the stairs for like 10 years.
Oh,
that was well known.
Yeah. That they made that movie, like Children on the Stairs or whatever.
He lived under the stairs for 10 years, and the police went to that house like 10 times, and they could not find him.
So the bad thing is this is still happening. The good thing is that 20 years ago and 30 years ago, the 80s, the 90s, this was so much worse, so much more prolific. Now, by no means am I trying to say like it's okay now, we don't have to worry about it. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that thank God it's not as bad as it was in the 80s and the 90s, and with
it wasn't even talked about in the 80s and 90s.
Well, look at the Pope. The Pope just passed away. This is probably a bad taste segue, but a lot of these orphanages and these large facilities were owned by the church.
Yes,
and they were filled with predators.
Yep.
And we went, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. It wasn't until the late 90s, I guess, the early 2000s, that stuff started leaking out. What was that movie with Brad Pitt and
I know that was a good movie too.
They were in Hell's Kitchen. Or no, not that. I don't. I'll pull it up, but I don't know if it was Sleepers. Was it Sleepers?
I think so. I think it was Sleepers.
But anyway, he was. That's based on a true story. Like these kids were in a foster home, and they were abused. Like they were horribly abused. Maybe it was a detention center. That's right. It was a detention center, and they were brutalized. And I guess their lives. It's a fantastic movie, but my point is that was going on so regularly, and people. It was just, I don't know. I don't know how anybody can overlook that. I don't know how you can go to work and know that the guy you work with is doing things like that, and just keep your head down. Maybe it's.
I don't know. They're just as bad as the criminals themselves. You can't look the other way. I couldn't look the other way. Let's put it that way.
I couldn't either. But there's a lot of like normal people for a long time who looked the other way. Charlie, what?
Yes.
Like that. I think it's just a mentality. Maybe I don't know. We talk about things a lot more now.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that I'm really upset about, I was raised Catholic, and the things that the Catholic Church hid with the priests and everything in every state in America, what the priests did alone, and the Catholic Church hid this from the people. And it went on for so long, it's now coming out now. Now, I live in Springfield, Illinois. There's a total of Springfield alone, 3,000 priests that are being charged with abuse, sexual abuse, mental abuse, whatever you want to call it. It's
And they
mostly
shifted them
sexual
all
abuse.
around to protect them, and
Right, they move them to state. That's what they do, and that's how they hit it. But right now, there's 3,000 priests who are not priests anymore because of what they did. And you know
and
what?
like, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not Catholic, but isn't like the church like a representation? The church is like the highest authority
Yes.
on earth. So how?
The Catholic Church, the main people in Rome, they have millions of billions, and they're the
It's the smallest country, but it's like the richest country in the world.
Right. In where the Pope stays, they actually have a Church of Satanism down in the basement.
I've seen that picture, and they've said it represents something else. I know exactly what you're talking about. Again, this is
go ahead.
This is just like I've seen that's I enjoy this, and there's some conspiracies, and they have I've even checked out. I don't know if you know, they have actually, we can get into something a little lighter, a little more fun here. Have you ever heard of the what is it, Saint Malachi's prophecy of popes? Prophecy of the popes?
Yes.
You've heard of that?
Yes.
So there's a lot of Pope Francis just passed away. Pope Francis, right? That was
right.
who.
Yeah, that's
the most recent Pope
today.
He passed away today.
Yeah.
So he was like the last one on that list. It was like 112 popes, I believe.
Wow.
And they this, now some say it's a 15th century forgery, but some people say that the Catholic Church has the original version. I don't know. It's all really interesting, but they say that this was because Ratzinger, I think, was what do they call it? Like an intermediary pope. Like he wasn't meant to be there long. He was like just in between. They don't necessarily count him, so they're saying that this next pope might be the last. So the last pope is supposed to be the pope that brings the church through the tribulation, and then Rome is destroyed. And they technically, I think it was supposed to be this pope who just passed away, but there's a lot of people that believe that this next pope is the actual last pope.
Well, actually, would it be the Antichrist?
Well, see, there's a lot of debate that the last pope is supposed to be the Antichrist that destroys the church,
right?
And is Petra Romanus, which is like Peter of Rome, and Peter was the first pope. So it's there's probably a lot of people screaming in the comments that know a whole lot more.
Yeah, but I just let it go because it's interesting. Because
it was just it was just something really interesting that I always enjoyed, but I haven't looked at it.
Right. But it's they were also saying, even on the news today, that it's ironic that he passed away Easter Monday. How ironic that is.
Wait, Miss Mayor, when did I haven't heard Brad's name at all tonight?
Brad's name wasn't mentioned tonight. I didn't mention it. I know that.
I mean, I wasn't here for the until I got here. I came up.
Actually, Miss Mayor, I mentioned that I spoke to you when I said that Brad wasn't there because you were running the channel. I didn't say nothing bad about it. All I said that I was there. I did say that Pink Birdo guy said some awful stuff about me, about my girlfriend, and it was wrong. That's all I said. I didn't say nothing bad about you. I said, we were talking, and I came in there because you were questioning my name on YouTube, and that's what I answered for it. I didn't say nothing bad about you, Brad, or the only one I said something bad was Pink Bo, but it doesn't really matter because I didn't say nothing bad about you. So it's just that, when you go into someone else's chat room, into their lives, then they twist it.
So here, I'm gonna say something about Brad. That way that she has a reason for coming over here and saying something. So the thing about Brad is he could have saved money and just got drunk and stayed home than traveling all over Las Vegas, not doing nothing and accomplishing literally nothing. Anyway, continue.
Let me say, Brad, I like you. You guys in Archive Live, I've been in there and talked with you guys. I like you guys. Like at least the majority of you that I traders, I like you. I don't hate any of you. I've enjoyed watching this content with most of you guys for a few years now. I don't have like this disdain or hate for any of you, and I'm sorry if I've said anything that makes you hate me. I don't. But anyway, I've had a good conversation with Brad. I don't. It is what it is. But anyway, I don't know. I was there, Charlie. When I did hear them, but that I'm not be like Birdo and that whole thing. That's just.
Yeah, it was. I didn't think that he could sink that low. I know he's not.
Oh, that didn't surprise me. But Margaret was sweet, right? Margaret was sweet.
Yeah,
Is that her name, Margaret?
She actually got me when I went into the room, and when I went into the chat, she was supposed to ask me about my name because it was called. My name was. I had my name as Charlie Twat, and she laughed about it. She said it was funny, and I tried to go in there to explain why I named it that way because there was a reason why I did name my name Charlie Twat. And then, we were having like a normal conversation. Then she didn't know about my girlfriend and she apologized. She said, I'm very sorry. I know that could be heartbreaking. And we agreed. And
it goes back to that tribalistic thinking. Does it mean that I can't have a heart to heart with Brad about something because, I talked to Ernie on his panel and I consider Ernie a friend? Does that mean that now, I belong to a different tribe and all the other tribes want to kill me?
Yeah, that's what it boils down to because I get
much rather be friends with all you guys.
Right, I get trolled because I'm friends with Ernie, and that's wrong. I should be able to be friends with anyone I want. To me, Homelander. You're free to go wherever you want and talk to whoever you want. I'm not going to treat you any differently.
Yeah, the same with you. Same with everybody. I feel the same way. And I don't.
That's the way America is built.
Well, I'm not a. Look. I get what the community is about. I get the entertainment, but just genuinely deep down as a person, I like all you guys. I think you are all. Human beings with a heart and feelings. And let me just blanket it to anybody who I've ever said anything about under a different name that was hurtful or mean.
Right.
I make no excuses for it. And I sincerely apologize. I was doing it from a place of, I thought it was anonymous and I just wanted to get reactions and I never.
You got pulled into the synopsis of the effect. Everybody does. Everybody gets pulled in. Everybody does.
I know, but here's the thing is when you start coming up on panel and you start talking to people, you start realizing these are human beings, that this isn't, and I've said things that maybe hurt people and I didn't fully realize that before I said those things, and there's no excuse for that, and I don't want to make an excuse for that, and I don't want anybody to make an excuse for me for that. That was wrong, and I shouldn't have did that. I said mean things about traders under other accounts. I know I did, and I'm sorry, traders. And I used all accounts, and I trying to get Rise Daddy, and that was just a million times wrong. And it hurts me that I did that.
You
And I
made a
have to
mistake,
think about
bro.
that.
You made a mistake. You made a mistake. You're human. You know, that's the way
I
I feel
understand.
about it.
I understand too. If people don't want to forgive, that's okay. That's, of all people, no, I don't even mean it like that, but
Right.
Nicolina said something the other day about grace, and it just struck a chord with me. And she's right. We all need a little grace, all of us.
Yeah.
And grace is just, it's so beautiful, and
It is.
we
Well,
all
let
need a
me say
little
this.
bit of
Let me say this. Let me say this.
it. Even
Right
Ernie
fast.
needs some grace.
I need a lot of grace. But here, let me say this right here. Everybody be easy with your wrenches right now. We understand that if you mod for what's just and right. Don't mod from your, don't mod on what's been said about you or something, because I understand. But you have to understand too, like you just now struck a nerve, Homelander, what you said. When you're on panel, you see people differently than you do while you're in chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amen. He does.
Because you get to see the true effect. Now, a lot of these people that say a lot of hurtful things, think about it. They've never been on panel before. And that's why I want everybody to experience. That's why I teach everybody. And I tell like people like Renee, get your ass up on panel, do this, do that. I want you to feel what these other people feel as well, like how they're taking it. Because when you're on panel and you're seeing them being treated like that, or you're seeing how it is, then and only then do you take in consideration their true feelings and how they really feel.
Yeah. Yeah. And I even feel bad, like I didn't even want to make any specific apologies, because I wanted to, like, I had named traders that I had said, and I'm sure they're listening in archive. I wanted to get a couple of people's emails and email them and apologize, so that it wasn't like this, these people are listening and that's why, so I regret now even saying that, because I would rather have just sent her an email, so it was more, it wasn't about people listening. But there's other people that'll probably get an email from me, and whether they just toss it in the garbage or whether my words had no effects on them, it's all irrelevant. But it's relevant to me personally.
You did it for you, bro.
So I want to go into something, Homelander. You hit on something that really intrigued me. So I really started doing a real deep dive. Now, I'm going to tell you something right now. I did not go into your personal life, and I will not go into your personal life, but something you hit from me. You see, we were talking about why people hit each other on YouTube and why people go after each other on YouTube. And the thing about it is, it's internet culture. It's psychology, and it's like social dynamics. A lot of people don't even understand. A lot of people don't understand what even social dynamics is. But what happens is people attack others, like on social media platforms like YouTube and Facebook, and just a mix of reasons. But the thing about it is, most of them come down to like psychology, okay, power, attention, anonymity, all kinds of things. There's like breakdowns of cases on YouTube that this stuff's happened. And here's the thing: a lot of these people on YouTube, you've seen it before. They've been accused of something they didn't do, and what happens? I've seen it. They unalive themselves on YouTube. Correct?
Yeah,
I've seen it. I've seen like big YouTube creators that just couldn't take the pressure. And here's an example: Logan Sandman. Now, when someone sees somebody that is down and they run over there, there's two things they're either going to do. They're going to praise them or they're going to blame them even more. But in YouTube standards, when it's real life, either they're going to lift them up, help them back to their feet, or they're going to start kicking and stomping them. Correct?
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
So they'll always run to you with one or two things. I always remember this. Now, how you become stronger out of this is by understanding this is going to happen no matter what. It's no if, and, or, but about it. And then it's not if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen. Everyone is going to face this one time or later. you know, in your YouTube career, in your YouTube being a follower or supporter, or even, you know, you might just have a subscription to somebody and somebody see you and they don't like you for some reason. Things are going to happen, and it's how you take it. Now, you see, when I first started, you know, of course, a lot of stuff hit me. I never knew YouTube was the animal it was. And of course, there was the highway runs, there was the paranoia. But now I have been through all that, and even jail. But look how much stronger than I am mentally, just mentally, not more powerful, but just mentally. I think I'm 10 times the man that I used to be.
I see you trying, you know, and you know, I saw you incrementally trying when you got out, and you still fall into the F shit. And I get it. I'm not blaming you for that, but I think if you're making progress, that at least me, I'm not saying anybody else. I look, I understand the horror cow, lol cow. You know, we got to milk these guys for laughs. We got to milk them for, you know, the car wreck. You know, we got to milk them for entertainment. I get that, but for me personally, I made the decision that if I want to encourage you and do what I can to kind of.
And I appreciate that.
I'm sure there's tons of people saying, "Oh, what makes you think you could help Ernie?" There's been a million people who've tried. I don't think I could help Ernie at all. I can't even help myself.
Do you know?
Just trying to do what.
So who is that? Okay, so listen, you're smart. You're very smart. So you understand the effect and the boldness effect of like online disinhibition effect, right? You understand that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The Social Dilemma is a great documentary, and I don't know if you've ever seen that, but you are right into that.
Something like this is something that goes into that. See, that's all I do anymore is read. I love to read. So
yeah.
You know, the big thing about that is you know, people say things online like they would never ever say in person. Can you agree?
Yeah,
with
Mike Tyson quote. Yeah, for sure.
Bingo. There's no immediate consequence online.
Mm-hmm.
So YouTube, what YouTube does, it allows the users to comment. Well, you know, like to do these fake, and this is what's going on right now. They allow fake names. They allow, you know, no profile pics and anything that's going to have anything with little accountability. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they feed the algorithm as well. They feed the hate. So if you're if you're looking up hate on a certain,
well, that's the hate engagement. That's the hate engagement. Exactly.
Yes. So if you're looking, and the same thing politically, it works politically too. If you're looking for a certain political kind of narrative, you're going to get that political narrative into your, you know, your feed, your timeline. It's going to fill your feed and your timeline. You're also going to get all the bad stuff about, and it works all the way down here at you know, that the bottom here. It works to get us against each other and cause engagement, and you know.
So here's the thing. Here's my whole thing, guys, and I don't mean to cut you guys off. When all this happens, before we get into the hate and stuff and the clout is huge. So what it does, it creates a sense of like emotional distance. And that's what it is, emotional distance, because we all become emotionally like involved, correct? So when people are tearing that distance or that emotional pretty much grasp that you have on this creator apart from each other, and they're creating this emotional distance, then that brings in, it makes cruelty. It's like it's easier to feel cruel about that person or say that they're less real.
That's when you're throwing rocks off a building, you know, at people a half mile away, it's very, you know, or you're, you know, when you're able to strike from the bushes really far away, it's a whole lot easier to be disconnected from the human interaction of actually sticking a knife into somebody or hurting them, and seeing that hurt, even if they don't show it online, and maybe it didn't bother them, but maybe when they laid down to go to bed that night, something you said kind of rang over in their head. You have to then think about that. But when you're
Yes,
just slinging
exactly.
darts from the bushes, like you said, you're emotionally disconnected, and that autonomy or that disconnection is something that the internet gives you.
Well, see, what happens is it's the YouTube algorithm, like she was talking a while ago. It rewards like views. It does like rewards with likes, comments, even if they're negative. It don't matter.
But
It's still going into the algorithm.
I still refuse to make any excuse for my own personal behavior. There is no, there's nothing, the internet, no algorithm, there is no excuse. I should know better. And I'm not going to, lean into that. It's not okay. It's not okay. It wasn't okay when I did it. For the rest of you, I don't know. I don't know what your lives are. I don't know what your struggles are. For me, it wasn't okay. And it's not okay. And I'm going to do the best I can to just not be mean to people.
And I understand that, and that's great. That's great you're like that. That's good. So, like a lot of it too can be jealousy. It can be resentment. And what that does is it does create that mob mentality, and even with cancel culture, people online, they kind of like they act as a crowd. You'll notice this. Everybody in a group on this channel here, they're all piled in on each other. They'll all have each other's back on this channel, and they'll go against this other channel. So what it does, they pile on like someone and it becomes the target.
Yeah, they start to
Especially
feel connected in their, like, oh, you don't like that person? I don't like that person. And then they start
Bingo.
agreeing on the things they don't like about that person. And they feel connected through there. They are getting a connection through there, which is, it's sad in a sense too, because all they're looking for is a connection as well. Just some human interaction and some human connection. And, at the end of the day, I might be doing bad things, but for the right reasons, or for not even I don't want to say the right reasons, but I'm doing it for a very human reason, just because I want to.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Right there's a perfect example right there. Perfect example.
Pride Kills says some very stuff that I like. I think it's intelligent, but let me look at the chat.
I agree.
Oh, D-Boss, I always, like I said, I've watched from the bushes, but I always thought that you were a very kind person.
Pride Kills.
She's only kind when she's asleep.
Cut that out, Ernie.
So here's the thing. Here's something that very intrigued me about you. You like to study people, behavioral patterns. I said that once before. I love doing that. I love watching people, how they, I'll sit back just so I can get a glimpse of somebody. And I don't mean, their appearance. I'm talking about
the way they walk, the way they talk, the way their hand movements. I'm the same way. I love that.
Their characteristics. Characteristics, like their persona. I love watching that. I love how they carry themselves. Like, you can watch somebody and you can tell somebody, like, hey, wait a minute, there's something wrong with this person today. They're off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Something is not really just quite right. And those words alone, quite right. When you talk about that, you can tell people's persona, and you can tell people how how they're doing things. Like, everybody, whether they like it or not, they're repetitious. Homelander.
We are
you have to
creatures
have
of
coffee.
habit.
Bingo. You have to have coffee at 9:00 in the morning. By 8:30 to 9:30, if you don't have your coffee, you're a son of a bitch that I don't want to be around.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And you all have patterns. This is one of the major things. Now, if I was to teach this, it would be, I think it'd be a great class, because this is one of the things that I used to love and I thrived at as a skip tracer, trying to find somebody, trying to find where they was at, all this. A bounty hunter thrives on this.
I enjoy that too. But if I could add to that, the one thing that I was much younger, but I've always kind of done this, and like what you're talking about, just watching people and watching patterns, watching behaviors, and watch just, somebody's walk. And I have to, we have to remember that, like, we're not scientists observing bugs, or we're not kids with, with what's it called? We're not burning, ants on the sidewalk. We're watching it, and there's a name for this, and maybe in somebody it begins with an S. I believe it begins with an S, but it's when you have the realization that somebody else is living their own individual experience as well, and it's kind of like this deep. But my point is that that person that you're watching, that you're observing, and you're kind of analyzing, that is a living, breathing, human being who loves their mom as much as you loved your mom when you were a child, who loves their kids as much as you love your kids, who has dreams and desires, and who has a broken heart, and all these things just the same way you do, or we do.
Okay, so I'm going to give up. I'm going to give away one of my big secrets, and I know that I'm going to get hit with this, but you probably know that I use it all the time. I use it tremendously. I'm going to get clipped. I understand this, but I'm being truthful. If we're going to be truthful about it, we're going to be truthful about training. We're going to be truthful about this. So when it comes to gaining trust, and this is very important, I want everyone to understand this. I'm going to give you a little piece of the pie right here in what I use. When it comes to like gaining trust, and because gaining trust is power as well, the real move isn't like dark manipulation like everybody says that I do. It's not that. It's mastering influence and psychological insight. So in order to do that, I'll give you an example. And you've probably heard of this before, Homelander. It's like studying emotional influence. Okay, so emotional influence is also can go on to the empathy of emotional intelligence. So what that's called is an EQ effect. A lot of people don't understand this. Nobody really trains on this, and you probably understand what I'm talking about. Because what it is, it's like empathy. It's active listening. A lot of people don't understand what active listening is. They don't understand about reading body language. They don't understand that knowing what people want. We know their fear. We know the value and what they actually hope for. Everyone has this. Everyone has this. Now, if the key is if you're going to influence someone, what you do is you speak to their self-interest, not yours. That is the biggest key right there.
Well, so I let me publicly, make this statement to you. I haven't even said this privately, but I've said it in chats. That 48 Laws of Power, that mind reading, those books, those are not. I understand it's a book and it's a tool, but that kind of Machiavellian, manipulative, that's not good. I have to be honest. Anybody, I've never heard you kind of. Look. There's people out there that I'm sure like the book that are good people, but I personally have never met somebody who quoted and spoke highly about the 48 Laws of Power that was a good, genuine person. Me personally,
exactly.
In my life, I've never met someone, the people that I've met that kind of use that book as like a blueprint are manipulative and evil. And
they get what they want because there are a lot of business owners who use that book.
Absolutely.
Robert Greene is the author of that book.
For sure.
If you study who Robert Greene is, now I'm not going to tell you who he is. I'll let you guys do your homework on that. Now, what that book does is it causes your walls to be lowered. It causes your defense mechanisms to be lowered, and other people can get over that. Will you agree?
Yeah. That's the whole, that's the whole shtick. about for about I've never even read the book. I won't read it, but I know I've read some bits and pieces here and there, enough to know that was not what I wanted to put in my head.
Oh, here's the thing. I know I'm going to get hit with this, but do I use like certain things that we were trained to do? So you have to understand, as being a bounty hunters are trained to do, all sorts of things. That's where the term comes from. We wear different hats in the field. That's true. Now, do we create the illusion of choice? Well, with skip tracers, let me just say this: with being a skip tracer and someone of my character, do I create the illusion of choice? Yes, I'll give you the illusion of choice. A lot of people don't understand what it is. I'll tell you what it is. What it is I let others pretty much feel like they're making a decision, even if I'm guiding them to that decision that I want them to make. Do you agree, Homelander?
Yeah, and to you are putting into words something that is human nature, and we all do innately, right? We all, even since we were little kids, we would try and get the other kids to play the game we wanted to play. This is human nature, and it's something we all do. And when you're younger and your frontal lobe isn't developed, you're a little more, you're not a very, you're a little more harsh about it. Maybe when you're a kid, you're more likely to kind of use those manipulation tactics and to get what you want, right? Especially if you come from like an abusive environment. Kids like that are generally going to do what they have to do to get what they need when they need it. That being said, as we move into adulthood, you have to make a decision. Am I going to shed that behavior and grow into something better? And not even, wait, let me rewind that, because whether you're 70 or 7, maybe not 7, 70 or maybe 17, you can make the decision. Do I want to be the kind of person who manipulates to get what I want? Or do I want to be the kind of person who is just a good, genuine person and who tries to do the right thing and doesn't like to manipulate to get, and you make that decision, you try your best to stick to it. But what I'm trying to say is, to what you were saying, is that it's human nature. We all do that a little bit. Hopefully.
So here's the thing. When I was younger, I had to do certain things to get in and to get out. So I used these tactics. Like, I'll give you an example. And you probably know what I'm talking about when I say this. Like when I was doing a repo business, into the repo business, we, our main objective was to get the, what we call the collateral, which is the vehicle that we're after, the item. Let's just say the item. Let's just say that. So we'd done anything possible we could to retrieve that forfeiture, or to retrieve that that vehicle. Let's just say that. So by doing that, I focused on training myself. What I already knew, I focused it, and I just kind of like created the illusion of choice. I did the mirror and match. The whole psychological report. You know what I'm talking about that?
Yeah.
It's like, what happens is people that trust, like who look, act, and sound like them. Okay, so if I was going into an area where it was all thuggish, well, of course, I'm going to become a thug. You see, they train so they train like undercover detectives like this right now. Like, they have to blend in with their environment. You cannot and here's what most police fail at. If you watch some of these videos, some of these cops, they go into these places that's supposed to be selling drugs or something like that, and they walk in. I'm going to tell you right now, there's some people out there who can spot a cop a mile away. That damn walk and the way they do things, the way they front up on
Oh, we've
things.
talked about this.
Exactly.
You got to score a certain number on your leap too to be able to. Anyway, that's probably too much info.
Too much info, brother. And
it's a personality type that works well in law enforcement and other professions that has generally has a more black and white view of morality.
Right. But the trick is training your subconscious. So here's the thing. If you're sitting there and you're knowing you're a cop, okay, it don't matter how good of an actor you are, and you're portraying to somebody, and you're putting your act. You're pretty much you're trying out for this part is what you're doing, but it's real life. So in your head, you're knowing you're a cop. So you have to become something totally different. That's your subconscious, so when you're trusting, when you're looking and you're acting and you're sounding like people who are different from you, you're going to stand out because in your head, you don't believe it anyways, because you're there to do a job. If you're doing it for a job, then you're not doing it for your heart. You get what I'm saying? That's not fair.
This works well as just at a poker table too.
Exactly. So when you match, so what you do is you kind of match one's tone, you match posture, their energy.
Well, so I read this in the mind control book because I read a little bit of that book too about you match their breathing.
The Ninja Mind Control. The Ninja Mind Control.
I don't know if it's Ninja Mind Control, but I've read
it's in the fucking book, Homelander. It's in the fucking book.
I was like 16 years old.
No, asshole. You're hitting me.
No,
listen here, Venom. You're hitting me with you're hitting me with this Ninja Mind Control book now. I know what you're doing.
No, I don't. I don't know. I don't know what the book. I know it was Mind Control, and I thought that I really thought that it was something else. But I remember one of the things from it is, let's say you're on a first date and you want to, or not. Let's say you want to ask a girl out on a date or a boy out on a date, and you set your breathing to their breathing, right? You want to breathe at the same pattern that they're breathing, and then you want to. There's a couple of things that lead down the line, but then when you ask the question, you want to physically touch them. Like you just want to reach out and maybe touch their arm and say, "Do you want to go out Friday?" And
yes, bingo, sensitive touch.
Yes, this has anyway. I just that's
now you're giving my dating techniques away. You're giving everything away. I'm not getting no cash apps. You do understand that I'm not getting no cash apps on this show.
Well, I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to that's part of when I saw the books that you had there and stuff. I was like, I know some of his tricks, and I want to, I want to call him out on those, and I want him to, be more genuine.
I'm explaining it to you right now. Look, I read your message loud and clear. I want people to cash app me and donate to me, and I don't want no Mama T's in here. You son of a bitch. So you might as well apologize because I just outed your ass on that one.
If you enjoy the content, you can give something for the content. If you enjoy the banter and but if you're just here for the to hate and you don't have to give anything. Nobody else.
So I promise you guys in this live that Homelander has completely destroyed my mentality over you all, my power and everything. So I promise I will not ask leading questions or set up environments or options that guide your behavior and you not even knowing it. I will not do that during this. I promise you guys. I will not try to act like you or look like you or even sound like you. I will not bother your subconscious mind. I promise that. I will not match your tone. I will not match your posture, your energy, or phrasing. I won't create an instant report, okay? I promise you that. I promise that I'll never believe this fucking Homelander because he has outed me, and he understands that he appears confident and calm and certain, even if I'm unsure of his confidence, because it's fucking contagious.
I'm not confident.
It's contagious.
But I let me be clear. I don't know. We all have ingrained habits that we develop as, babies. Even I don't know if I can. Even I don't know if I don't know if I can help. I don't know if I have, but I want to try and help Ernie to not rely on the 48 Laws of Power and a mind control book. And I want to, just as a friend, I want to say, hey, remember, you're better than that. You were raised better than that. You got a better heart than that.
So
it might not work. Okay. I'm
so
sure
let
there's
me
a
tell
ton
you
of
what.
people. I just,
Okay, so let me tell you what Homelander's just done. We had a bunch of Kool-Aid that was there. Homelander just poured all the Kool-Aid out. So, beloved Ghost, have Charlie make some more Kool-Aid because we're going to need it. Homelander is pouring it out right now.
I got a statement.
I have a habit of kicking the Kool-Aid bucket over. Go ahead, Charlie. I'm sorry.
It's all right. No worries. I wanted to be saying this like 20 minutes ago when there's a thing I used to do when I got out of the Army and I went back to New York. I used to go to because I wasn't too far away from. I lived on Long Island. I used to go to Central Park a lot in the summertime, and what I used to do there, because it actually calmed me down with anxiety and just bad thoughts. It would clear my mind. And what I would do, it's probably a free psychology class. You could do this on your own. I would buy a notebook and a pen, and I would just sit down and describe all the people that I passed by me, like what they were wearing, what they were eating, why did they do this, why did they sit in that direction, and then I would get pages of that, and then I would go home, and I would try to figure out myself, why did they wear those pair of pants? Why was the guy dressed in a suit? No, so it works. It actually works.
The word I was
make my own story for the people.
And that's really insightful, Charlie. Actually, what that would help me do, I don't want to speak as if I know anything.
Right.
What that would help me do is that would help me with mindfulness. It would help me to not think of, not be worried about the future and not be stressed about the past. It would help me to be just mindful of what I'm looking at and what's in front of me. But the word is sonder. When you think about and realize that that other individual has their own life, and there's a reason why they wore those pants that morning, and there's a reason why they only have one.
Trying to figure out.
So the word of the term is called sonder.
I want you to do me a favor, since he just told you what sonder was. I want you to go get that notebook, and I want you to burn that son of a bitch, because Homelander just got you too.
No,
that's okay. That's good. It's a good.
I used to enjoy doing that. I really did. I used to enjoy doing it.
I don't think Charlie was taking notes so he can figure out how to scam their their social security check from them.
Right. And we don't want him taking no retirements either.
No retirement.
He is moving to Tennessee. He is moving to Tennessee.
He'll be saying that tomorrow.
Now I know where he's getting that money at. I see
following them old ladies, taking notes, and breathing like they're breathing.
But you know what, though? Also, I've been learning a lot ever since Homelander came into this community here, because he's got a lot of insight on things, and I'm learning from him as I'm learning from you, Ernie. And I like doing that. And I told you months ago that I'm willing to learn anything that I can learn and get more experience from.
Well,
I want
see what I'll do.
Look, Charlie, I'm learning from you. Like that what you just told me there is something that I've never done and never thought of. And that is a fantastic practice for mindfulness. And there's a part over here.
That's
it's training your mind to be stronger.
To be present. It's you're present in that moment, so you don't have to. And for me personally, that's something that I could do that. Like I'm thinking to myself, you're saying that, I'm like, that's something I could do, and I could enjoy that. And that
you're going to see him on a park bench. You're going to see him on a park bench somewhere with a fucking notebook writing shit down as everybody walks by. Well, look at this. This guy here decided to do.
People could call
You could
cops up.
actually, with all those readings and with all those write downs, you can actually write a book from that. If I'm not mistaken, I know
Yeah,
you
you
can.
could easily use
Oh,
AI
sure.
and finish the rest
Well,
of it for you.
It's actually funny. You said, I was thinking before AI, that was kind of like, if that would be a good way, or they probably, writers probably started books like that. They'd probably go to the park and do something like that, and then go home and read it and create characters out of that. Now they
Right.
could just use
Yeah.
AI, but
Yeah. Well, I just want you to know, Homelander, out of 4 years of doing this, you're probably the only one to ever figure out my technique and what I use. And nobody's ever got it. Nobody's ever understood it, because I do use the BBD, the bigger, better deal. I give them what they think they want. That's got a lot to do within it. Now, here lately, I have slipped. I've been slipping. And the thing about it is, what I don't do no more is I don't use the control perception, because I used to use that a lot. And people don't know what that is, but go ahead.
it's useful. Let me say it works is what I'm trying to say. It's useful. I'm not saying it's good, because I don't believe it is, but it's useful and it does give results.
In interrogations, FBI use it all the time. The Department of Homeland, government agencies use this same technique all the time. And here's the thing: you have to understand, every person is wired to a certain way. So people believe what they see. Now think about this, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna give you something. I want you all to think about it. You have to understand that people believe what they see and feel more than what they're told. You do understand that, right? You can be told something, but if it's not told in a way of you being active listeners, now that's a big deal. Active listening. You have to understand what active listening even is. See, we automatically do it, but some of us don't even know what it is. And what happens is you pick up on certain things than others, correct?
Yeah. Well, no, even just when you say active listening, it just, this was just a brother at church who I have a bad habit, I guess, ADD, ADHD. I have a bad habit of thinking of what I'm going to say next when somebody else is talking. And he told me I need to stop and listen and stop thinking about what I'm going to say next. And I don't know if that's what you're talking about when you're talking about active listening, but I just think that we all need to stop thinking sometimes about what we're going to say next and just listen to what our partner or our friend is saying.
Okay, I got what you're saying. Okay, so
but you're also right about that. Like, you made a really good point. Just to get back on track, people will deny what they see and what they hear for what they feel.
Exactly. Okay, so whenever you're doing a PowerPoint presentation or anything like that, when you have to capture the audience, let's just say you have to capture the audience. Should I even talk about this, or should I just wait? This is a good one right here. Because the thing about it is, what they call it is owning the room or owning the audience. You've heard that before, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is the key word here. When you own the key words, sorry about that. When you own the audience or own the room, I go a little bit I do a little bit differently. So here's the secret. Here's the secret what I do. And here's why everybody streams me, is because I own the room or the screen, whichever way you want to say it, before anyone even speaks. Because I know what presence is. I understand that people, they follow certainty, okay? People will always follow certainty. If your body language, if your tone, your energy say, I know what I'm doing, people will naturally follow without question, correct?
If there is a man who stands tall and confident and says, I know safety is that way, and there's another man who says, I think safety is that way, and the guy who thinks safety is that way looked at a map and he read the map and he's right. He knows that's the way to safety, but he's not 100% sure. So he's honest and he says, I think. And the man who says, I know this is the way to safety, and he leads everybody off that cliff, he's going to have more followers because of his confidence and his air and his, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you say you don't read books. You liar.
Well, this is just, and this is a problem. This is a big problem. This is, you know, we.
So here's the thing too. So let's do this. Say we start with ceiling, or let's no. I'm not going to give all this away because I'm losing everything. So say we start with stillness. Okay, we're going to start with stillness, not nervous energy. Okay, so we all give out energy of some sort. Now, say we give off nervous energy. So what we can do is we can do silence, because silence, we all know silence can command more attention than shouting. When I'm quiet, I'm drawing in. I always told AB, I know what your secret is. AB had a secret that he was doing, and he didn't even know what the hell it was. And I caught on to it because AB used to have a huge following. Now it's nothing because of what he turned his channel to. But, you know, he would pause. When you pause for those brief moments, people come closer. They want to hear more. Correct?
Oh, I'll give you one of my tells. Like, silence is very uncomfortable for me. And I think that I could, of course, I think that I could outsmart any detective or any, you know, I can get away with all the, you know, there's no way I would get, you know, caught by a detective asking me questions or something. All you got to do is be quiet and I'll tell you everything if you're quiet long enough.
Because, yeah, exactly. That's what I did with the Secret Service. I wasn't giving them shit. So they looked at me and they had these papers. They're like, well, we're going to write what I think your name is. Oh, okay. So he wrote my name out and everything. So he wasn't giving me nothing. He'd already showed his hand though. He'd already brought these files in and they was closed up. You know, they always wait to that at the end to say, well, you did this, you did that. Bam, bam, bam. You said this when that was not true. Bam, bam, bam. Got you here, got you here. I had said nothing. So all these questions that he had asked me, I had said nothing. And then I was like, man, what is this even about? You know, so what I use is the who, what, when, where, how. You know, the open-ended questions. Mm-hmm. There's 5 ways to do that. Who, what, when, where, how. I said, but I put it in there as slang, like as a grab a hold of attention to say, hey buddy, what the fuck? Like, hey buddy, what? Then I hit what. I said, what is this even about? Come on, man. You know, it's like I'm stupid, playing off you stupid. He's like, well, boom. And he started talking. So what I did is, instead of him using what's called, I'm going to get in so much fucking trouble for this shit. Instead we're using the Dotson effect. What it's called is the Dotson effect. I reversed that psychology that he was using on me back to him. And then I slowed back with my silence, which, and further, what it did is it drawed the agent closer, and he was giving me out what I needed. And then I was able to answer. You understand what I'm saying with that? Like you would be in an interrogation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's all I did. And I'm sorry, people, for doing this to you. But yes, I do. I do use this, and I know this is going to be there. But you know what? If we're going to show and we're going to put our best foot forward, don't you think this is what I should do? Should I be present with it? Because here's the thing, people. Here's what you don't understand that I do know. People, okay, so people, you feel when you're locked in versus or scattered or unsure, correct? When you're doing that. So what that is called understanding psychology of attention. You see, attention can happen in many different forms. Now, you understand that. Homelander, you want to speak on that, brother?
Oh, no, you're spot on in everything you're saying.
Now, when I tell you guys this, that I play this dumbass redneck, I do, okay? But I understand. Remember, I tell you everything I do. Remember when I tell you about the tone of voice, the tone shifts, the movement, the surprises? That's what we call change. So what that's called is the CES. There's change, there's emotion, and then there's story. Okay, so when you study the CS or the CES, change, emotion, and story. Let me remember this now. This is hard for me because I haven't done this shit in years. Change is tone or tone shifts, movement, and surprises. Emotion is fear, humor, awe, or anger. Story is structure that you follow. Okay. So this all is a storyline in a way. Remember when I said this is all a movie? This is all a movie. Now you guys are understanding, right?
Yeah, that would, well, good.
So the reason I say that, people, is because what we do is, no matter whether we like it or not, we frame everything. That's just not speaking on something or the shape or the narrative of it. We're framing, because framing is the power. You see, people don't judge. Okay, so people don't just judge you by what they hear or what they hear you say, or how they hear you and how you set it up. What you do is you want people to feel something, okay? You've got to feel something. In order for you to understand me and like me and want to be a subscriber of mine, you have to understand that you feel it. You have to feel something. So what do? You name it first. The next part is the shocking part, okay? Because what it does is it lets you break a myth. Now, what I do is I paint the world for you, okay? I paint the world before you. I put this world out there for you to look at. And then that determines on how you decide and how you react. Then when I see how you react to it, I know then if you're going to be a part of my crew, or if you're not, and you're going to be a non-sayer or non-believer. Now, does that mean that I'm lying? No. Just because I'm smart doesn't mean that I'm lying. But I do understand how behavioral issues work and how the human mindset works. Now, if you understand something, when you run a race, now you've run a race before, right, Homelander?
Yeah, when I was a kid, like we would play tag and run around. But what I would challenge you to do, Ernie, is definitely to, and I'm sure
if I didn't want to change, would I be giving you out my secrets right now?
No, of course not. You wouldn't have literally said, help me, or I want you to call me on my, like, you've literally said, I want you to call me on my bullshit. So
you have to understand. You have to understand, when you do this so long.
That's what I mean. This is a survival mechanism that goes back to, childhood, and it's just evolved into something more complex. And you've given words to it, whereas you still had these behaviors, but they didn't have complex words. And
So,
but what I'm just trying to say is to you don't have to manipulate. Just.
No,
and it's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard for you because it's a defense. It's a mechanism for you. We all go the way we think, especially in America. We think in a linear pattern. We go from A to B to C, and
right.
We we have this kind of, our brains. That's how they work. And we get into these, like we talked about. We all have patterns. You have a pattern as well, and these patterns are hard to break. So the pattern of kind of like, and when I say manipulate, I don't even mean we can manipulate people to, there's life coaches that get paid a lot of money to manipulate people to do good things for themselves, or so give just that honest, authentic representation of what you want and what you're hoping to get in return, and hope that you get it in return. And if you don't, that's okay.
Lisa, you're not being mind controlled. Look, let me be honest with you.
Yeah, good. Finish up. I'm sorry I cut you off there. I just wanted to.
No, you're good. You're good. And you hit it right on. You hit it perfectly. And the thing about it is, it's not always manipulation. Okay. Now, have I used manipulation tactics in the past? Hell yes, I have. Now, what I use is what's called emotional pacing. Emotional pacing. What you do is you start. So what I do is I'll start strong. I pull them in with a hook, a question. It can be it can be a question, or it can be like a visual, like I could say, hey, and get them to visualize something in their head. Then what happens is that builds tension. Now, what I won't do is I won't give away everything, not too fast. Okay. So what that does is that creates curiosity. We all know curiosity does what? Kills the cat, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So what I do is it draws. Exactly. It's the biggest drawer they are. So what you're doing is then you release little by little, but you do it with emotion. What it is like humor, and I'm very humorous. I'm comedy, relief, surprise, or empowerment. I can be all of these. So here's the big one, and I've already said it before, and we talked about it. Is I use pauses. A well-placed, now listen, guys, a well-placed silence makes people do what? Lean in. It's 1,000% proven fact. So what I do is, there's a saying is, he who controls the pace controls the perception of power. Perception is reality until proven otherwise. Okay. Now, this is something I learned in bounty hunting from Bob Burton. Bob Burton was the master of this. Go ahead.
I've heard you tell some stories about you and Shelby were into wrestling. Maybe even I heard Margaret. I don't know, but I heard that you and Shelby were really into wrestling for a little while. Where remember you saying you were catching rides and just even this would be called ring psychology. And you're good at it. You have a good. You have a natural ability. What was it? What stopped you? Because there's been several times in your life where you've kind of found a niche and you stopped. But I just specifically wrestling. What happened with wrestling?
I didn't like. Okay, so with the wrestling world, I was at the time I was into the wrestling world. I was also kind of religious. I was into the camp meet in 2000. Okay, so let's go back into 98, 99, 2000, 2001. Even after all this stuff started. So say my life started off when before. Okay, so it's being an adult. 18, 19, 20 years old. Around that time was all the military stuff. When I joined professional wrestling, when I went to ASPW, CWF, Cruiserweight Champion, and all this stuff storms in from all of that there. So here's the thing: when you say ring psychology, now this goes really, really big with pro wrestling or any combat sport, as a matter of fact.
So, you're right. It is any.
It's not. It's just not about the physical movement of it. It's not about like the controlling the emotion, the audience reaction, even the flow of the match or the fight. Like a lot of people think chess game. Okay, so if we was to have to ring, so if I was to give you a description of what ring psychology really is, it's like an art. It's like a telling, or it's like a telling of a story inside the ring. Okay, it involves stuff with the time, the motion, your body
it's
language.
The things you're talking about. It's staying silent. It's staying still. It's doing things physically and verbally, and
exactly.
And you're drawing in, and instead of exploding with something and just laying it all out right there, you're kind of drawing in and telling a story over a period of time, and you're keeping people's attention, and like you said, in that moment of silence, you're holding them there for a minute. You'll even hold them there a little longer to let that tension build. And
the biggest thing about it is it's a style of fighting. It's a style of fighting, but it's the mental side of it. It's just not saying, okay, so when I say that, if I say it's a style of fighting, but it's the mental side of fighting, not just what you do, but why and when you do it, correct? It's not what you do, it's why and when you do it. So from that terminal, and I'm not going to give you all of it because look, I've studied this stuff years and years and years of it. I mean, you just don't just jump on this stuff and do it. You know, it's the part of in-ring selling. We all know what selling is in wrestling, correct?
Well, we do. I don't know if everybody else does. Selling is when you act. Like, say, if somebody hits you, obviously they didn't really hit you. Selling is being able to pretend and make it look like they really hit you. So if I'm wrestling, if I throw a punch at somebody, I didn't really punch them in the face. And if they just stand there, you know, and it looks, you can tell I didn't punch them in the face, they didn't sell the move. But if they fall over the ropes and fall outside, then it looks like that's called selling. They sold the move. So
one of the best persons on YouTube, one of the best people on YouTube to do this stuff is The Stand, Jimbo Collins. He pulled in so many people, and I was telling, it's kayfabe. This is what he's using. He's using ring. Oh,
I watched
psychology.
him do this. Yes, I watched him do it.
Every fucking thing he did revolved around wrestling.
Yep.
He made his audience pretty much believe when he was in pain, when he was tired.
Yeah, he was
when he was
selling.
in trouble, and
always
he was
selling.
never not. And what he did is he used that money. He used that money grift, and he used ring psychology every single time to make people feel sorry for him. When he was in pain, he had to do this, he had to do that. Then he got tired, then he was in trouble, and he was never. What it does is he knows that his opponents, which is the people who he manipulated, is going to move so it doesn't look like it. It's going to hurt the whole match, and it's like he loses credibility. If somebody moves out of play, or just say he moves out of play, and people notice it, and that's what happened at the end. People started.
Well, it's about to happen too, because you can't
exactly.
Even pro wrestling, you know, had its golden era, and then you know, everybody figured out this isn't real, this is silly. But to get back to my question, and you don't even have to answer this tonight, but I just you know, I see things where you could have, you know, you have a knack for this, and if you stuck with this,
I could have took people for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I didn't. You know,
well, it's not even that.
When I done the Summer Wells thing, I never put my Cash App up. And I would always say, when we're talking about children or something, and I'm sitting at home not doing a damn thing to do anything, but I was out in the field then anyways, I could have took people for hundreds of thousands of dollars because I was so close to the suspects. I was close. I knew exactly how to go in. Did I manipulate the fuck out of Don Wells? You damn right I did. To get the information.
Is part of what makes Ernie Shell, and the reason why you have your people is because you could see that Ernie wants to do the right thing. Ernie wants to be a hero, but he falls short. And some people love watching you fall short. Like I've told you, I've enjoyed watching. When I say enjoy, it's like a guilty. It was a, you know, like toilet television, whatever you want to call it. You know, but there's also like people root for you. They want to see you, but you find yourself in these positions, like the Summer Wells case, where it was there was a I don't, you know, there was some kayfabe there. There was like look with the hat and the, you know, there was some kayfabe there.
That was a character. That right there.
So you kind of, which puts you in a position of you want to do the right thing, and you really want to do this for all the right reasons, but because it was not like the real you, it was a character. You're now in this. You're caught between a rock and a hard place, and it comes out the way it ended up coming out, right? And I see you find yourself in that position often.
You're right about that. So with the Predator Hunter gimmick, the Predator Hunter thing, But is it in my heart? Yes, it is. I care for those children 100,000%. Now, let me tell you something that a lot of people don't understand. Because, you know, when we start going back with the Summerwell stuff, this is something I told the FBI. This is something I told my PO people and the Kentucky officials that I would kind of, until the right time, I've got to lay low on this. I've really got to lay low on it. So, and as much as I want to talk about it, as much as I want to say, hey,
I just wanted to. Please, I don't want to talk about it. I just wanted to use that as an example to show how you you put yourself in this. Because you wanted to do all the right things, but you also kind of had you wrapped an anchor around your own waist by having a character. You know,
right.
That's all.
The character did put an anchor around me, and it was hard to pull away from. Because once I started living that life, especially when we hit 22 million views, bro, your life changes tremendously out of that. Because that character becomes you then, and you have to portray that character no matter in and out, just like wrestling. Now, let me say this. Do you remember when me and Jimbo was at McDonald's? It was right after I got out of jail. It was in March of 22. It was right after I got out of jail, and we done the infamous fist bump that destroyed everything, right? That tore everybody. People was like, what in the fuck was going on? Nobody knows what was said when muted. Well,
you were muting the phones. I do remember that. Okay.
So let me just say this. Okay. What was said, what we did, was we enemies at that time? So look, I'm not going to lie to you guys right now. I'm not going to lie to you all because I'm being straight out honest with you. I have told you about 30% of the way I use, tactics in my everyday life. Now, let's just say this. We were mortal enemies right there at that point. Now, what happened is I was standing my ground on him, and he knew that. He tried to get me for abusing this woman and saying some bad things. It wasn't really like a physical abuse, but it was like mental abuse and stuff. And he tried to push that, which I knew he was already going to do before time. Jimbo knows me. I know Jimbo. I have things on Jimbo that are just fucking like, you know what? It's really it's time, man. It's time. I mean, you know, he's going to get in trouble for what he's going to get in trouble for. The fact of the matter is, nobody knows what really happened with the Shelby Shell and Jimbo thing. Okay, something that really got my attention on that was the makeup thing. Him bringing makeup to him at 2:30. But the fact of the matter is, I believe they was already together before that. I believe that Jimbo was the one who took him and let him out and waited on him. And that's my belief now. That's my belief. I'm sorry, but at first I never looked at it like that. But after talking to Shelby and talking to Jimbo and Jimbo being afraid of certain things to get out, I believe that's what happened. I honestly and truly believe that.
Was it Jimbo's gun that Shelby used?
It was Jimbo's gun. No matter how much people want to say this or that, you have to also understand too. You know, a while ago, and people don't think I pay attention.
He stole it, right? Like I'm doing air quotes. He stole it.
He supposedly stole it. Yes.
Yeah.
When we moved Jimbo, when we was, Jimbo would get kicked out of everywhere he went to. He would get evicted. He got evicted like 10 or 12 times within 4 years. So we was having to move him. So I took Shelby to Jimbo's with me because he came down, and Shelby had fought for Jimbo in the past anyways. So they kind of knew each other, but they didn't know each other. Jimbo didn't know how far Shelby would actually go for somebody. And when he got to talking to Shelby, of course, they both was into the drug business and stuff before. However, Shelby had cleaned his life up with drugs, and he no longer wanted anything to do with drugs. Anybody that knows Shelby can see that he was arrested numerous of times on drugs. So he knew the field. He knew how to get drugs. He knew everything about drugs, and Jimbo was selling drugs. So to be honest with you, Homelander, that right there was a bad connection right off the bat. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. I have always And I think the majority.
I kick myself every day for that, because if it hadn't been for Jimbo having to move, and of course, at that time, I was Jimbo's number one guy. I was Jimbo's number one person. If he needed something done, everything that happened through that went through me.
It was like Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Bingo. Well, exactly. Yeah, something like that. Similar, very similar.
He does. Again, I got to remember talking about real people, and I don't know Jimbo. You know, I'd love to.
Okay, so
talk to him and ask him a bunch of questions.
Right. You don't know him, but you can see that.
My take is it appears that Jimbo will get, he's the idea guy, let's say that. And then he gets other people to perform.
To do his work for him, to do his work.
You know, well, I'm just trying to say, like, if let's say I write a movie, but I'm not a good enough actor. I hire actors to act in the parts. That's all. I'm not saying he's he's hiring a gun to kill people. I'm just saying he's more of a mastermind than a play. I'm trying to be as diplomatic.
He's more of a mastermind than a playmaker.
Yes.
Bingo. That's exactly
he's the coach.
What you do with that.
He's the coach. He's the coach.
He is the coach. By God, if anything ever describes him, he is a coach, bro. He is a coach. So
that's all. That's all I'm saying.
So getting back off this subject and going back to the McDonald's thing. If you listen to it in the video, you hear Jimbo say, "Mute your mic." He says it fast.
Oh. Yep.
He says it fast where nobody can. So what he does is, it's called selective hearing. Jimbo understands how to make people hear things that he wants them to hear. He understands the filling technique in it. So what he does is, he's just like, he's talking, he says, "Mute your mic." You hear him say that. And I'm like, and I catch it. So what have I always said, Homelander? I'm for the people. I want to be clear to the people. I don't want to do these things behind the scenes, because I understand what behind the scenes is, because I play a part in about 89% of things that go on behind the scenes. I don't like it. I understand it. So what he did, when we muted her mic, it was the same thing that everybody sees. It's called the storytelling. The storytelling is what we as performers, we as actors, as people, right? The wrestlers,
he booked the match. He did the booking. You muted the mics, and he did the booking. What was the booking?
So
what he book?
So wait a minute. So storytelling, it's like you're saying, every match you have a beginning, which is the setup, right? You have the middle.
Yep. The middle.
No. The middle is the conflict. I always remember this. The middle is the conflict.
Yeah.
And the end is what we call the resolution or climax of it, correct?
Or the finish, the Pat Patterson special.
Exactly. So what happened is, what we had was me being an underdog as fighting a monster. Well, the monster was what was going on around me at that time. Jimbo knew this. Jimbo knew that we had the betrayal. You know, in wrestling, there's always betrayal, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's betraying something. And what happens? They usually betray with former people that are allies, right?
Mm-hmm.
We was best friends, pretty much. So that had to break. That broke. Jimbo played it off that way. Jimbo has to have a storyline. So what was said,
but he's doing this for real, right? This isn't like when you guys.
No, this is all real, but he's playing it out. Look, we are in YouTube, okay? We understand that part. But what he's doing is he's bringing what's called
he's using
reality.
The ring psychology and the storytelling as if it's he's bringing that psychology into real life. I get what you're saying. I just want to make sure he wasn't. But what I'm curious is when he mutes the mic, what does he lay out to you?
So what he says is exact words. I've only said this one other time, and it's the same shit that I've said every time or when I've said it. is Kemper. Remember, Kemper was in the background, and he was like, because he was on panel with Jimbo, and he was like, "What are you doing? What do you say when he?" Because Kemper went all to hell when that mic muted. Kemper went all to hell because he thought that he knew who Jimbo was and what he was about. You see, the fact of the matter is, I knew Jimbo a lot more than Kemper will ever know Jimbo.
I didn't know he was of any. Was he on the phone? Like what? I didn't even know he was there. Or
no, he was live. Everything was live. I was live and Jimbo was live.
But you brought up the other guy. Was he there? Was he on the phone?
He was on Jimbo's panel with him. That's his co-host.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you guys were in McDonald's. I'm sorry.
We was together. Me and Jimbo was together in McDonald's. Jimbo had followed me. I had came from Madison. I had just got out of jail, and I had a taxi bring me to McDonald's. From McDonald's, I was going to meet a bounty hunter friend of mine, which is Raymond, and Raymond was going to take me up to meet my stepdad, where my stepdad was going to pick me up, which ended up eventually happening. But where Jimbo had came in, I didn't know Jimbo would come in like that, but he did. So Jimbo comes in with his phone, and you could tell he's nervous. Hell, I'm nervous because I didn't expect him. And I knew then Jimbo's going to play a part because I knew how Jimbo works. I knew Jimbo was going to go back to what he knows best, which is the wrestling. You have to understand, Jimbo wasn't champion for 5 years in a row and never lost for a reason. Okay. You understand that with his bad failing health condition and his unhealthy weight condition, he would bring in people and beat them from TNA, WWE, just all these wrestling places. And he would pay them the money just so he could pin them. For me, you know what that is? That's called a mark. That's called somebody who believes everything and the setup and all that. That's a mark. Somebody believes that all this shit's real. Well, look, the fact of the matter is,
he was champion because for 5 years in a row because he was actually the owner of the company also.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, but also I do understand he knows how to get over is what you're saying. And and I'm not trying to saying in the business he knows how to get over, but
so if I give out too much information, and I'm going to because I owe it to the people. I really owe it to them. So let's say you got a champion. You got a champion in a storyline in wrestling. That champion destroys everybody until an underdog of some sort comes in and they start promoting the underdog up. And then finally they become the number one contender or whatever. And then what usually happens by this champion is the champion gets beat by being outsmarted by someone like a technician or something like that. Or something happens where they're kind of in the match, something happens. They have to be a big thing. If somebody comes up against a champion and they're not nowhere near the quality of that champion, something has to happen to that champion in order for them to win. Either they win by fairly, by an injury, early, targeted throughout, anything like that, or a count out of some sort. So Jimbo knows that he can't give all this up, because he's got this huge following. If you look at the numbers when this was going on, I had 390 people watching. Jimbo had 305 people in his. So if you're looking at this, dude, that's we're getting numbers of 700 people.
You're both getting a rub. So
we had it, and so he knew that, and I also knew that, and I also knew that Jimbo had something to protect. So when he said mute your mic, to be honest with you, Homelander, I knew I had him, because I knew what he was his next words, what they was going to be. As soon as he looked at his phone, you can watch him when he says that. He looks at his phone, he looks up at me, and he says, "Hey, wait." So here's something else too. I've got another phone laying on the table. And I said, "Okay, I'm doing what you said. I didn't mute mine right off the bat." He's like, "No, make sure it's muted. Turn it and let me see it's muted." Right, Charlie?
I remember that.
And then I do. And then he says, then I knew I had him again by fear, because he says, "What about this other phone laying here? How do I know it ain't been?" See, I knew I had him. I knew his paranoia had set in. So what I did is I relaxed a little bit and let it bring him on in. So when he came on in, I knew then, I was like, okay. And when I seen him mute, I watched his hands. His hands was shaking. His hands was clammy. I knew what was going on. I was reading his body. I was reading his body language. I was reading everything. I was cool. I was tired as hell because I hadn't had no sleep in jail, but I was still cool about it. So what I did is I turned my phone around. I gave him that ease. You know what I'm talking about? When you give them that ease, I muted my mic. When I muted my mic, you can see everybody in chat. What are they saying? What are they saying? What's going on? And oh my God, man, it was like a tornado.
Yeah, it's a McDonald's screw job. But God, what do you say?
The McDonald's screw job.
Yeah.
So what I told him, I said, Jimbo, I want you to know by muting your mic and you asking to do that, there's people going to pick that out. They're going to know right now that you're not being clear. But by me saying, hey, I want the people to see and say, and you can hear me plainly say that in that. You can rewind it, whatever you want to do. You can hear me say that. You all can agree or disagree. Agree to disagree. I said it. I said what that's going to do is it's going to make one of us look like a good guy and one of us like a bad guy or against the people. And I knew that. That's why I said it, the whole thing. So what he said is when Kemper came up and done what he did, he's like, unmute your fucking mic or some shit like that. He was also texting Jimbo or messaging Jimbo or something because he was showing me. He was showing me Jimbo's text, or Jimbo was showing me his text, his all that shit. Because that's what he was doing. He was like, hey, so now what I mean by showing me is he wasn't turning the phone toward letting me see it. He was screenshotting and sending via Messenger, correct? That way it goes unannounced to the people because people could see him turn his phone around to show me if he did that. All you do is see him sitting there typing, looking down at his phone. What he's doing is he's screenshotting the messages that Kemper's sending. And all I said is, why? Why do you put up with that? And he said, I can't stand this motherfucker. Exact words he said. He said, he's bringing me down. He's bringing my channel down. Then he inverted himself. He said, he's lazy. He said, he's lazy. He's pathetic. And he falls asleep on my channel. Is exactly what he said. And he said,
that guy, at least as far as I know, he was, working at 12-hour shifts.
Yeah. And I give that to him. And I give
Jimbo's sitting home, taking naps all day. I don't look again. I'm saying people's names, but I mean, in the other guy's defense, he's working all day. So
yeah, I believe that. But
I'm still curious. I want to hear everything that was said while
I'm telling you. So here's the thing, and let's start on that for just a second. He used Kemper. Kemper didn't understand that. The thing about it is, Kemper thinks he's smart. Jimbo outsmarted Kemper because Kemper stayed there that long. See, when I found out certain things about Jimbo, I had to go. That was it. And then I was like, well, we fell out. We fell out before in the past. But when I found out about the bullshit that he had done and that he was trying to hide, when I went to Harlem with him myself, I could no longer be a part of that. But anyways, let's go back to McDonald's, the rest of it. So we're sitting there and we're talking with each other. You can see us talking back and forth. Everybody switching lives. It's like they's doing the WCW. Now remember this, bro. You'll love this. You remember when people would switch over from WCW to WWF?
Of course.
Right. That was the biggest thing Monday night, right?
Yep.
Everybody loved the part that you switch over. When something wasn't going good in WWF, you go over to WCW, correct?
Yeah, when they talk about
you can
each
imagine,
other, yeah. Yep.
People was running from channel to channel, trying to understand what was going on. Both their mics was muted. So what is that doing? That's creating what?
You got everybody in a frenzy. Yeah, you got everybody in a frenzy.
Everybody's in a frenzy, but Eric Bischoff, the famous words of Eric Bischoff, controversy creates cash, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Just like drama does.
Exactly. It was the same as controversy, brother. So what he said after that, and I was telling him all this. I was telling him all this stuff. I said, here's the fact of the matter is, Jimbo, You did this, you did that. Jimbo's exact words was, I want it to be like the past. I can't do this without you. And I said, look, I'm not that person anymore. He said, look, I don't want to do anything wrong. I want to do it right. I want to do it the right way. You can, if you have anybody that can read voices, or read lips, you can see this. And after he said that, I said, look, I said, I'm not going to say that I don't, miss you being around and having fun and doing all this shit that we did and, our business ideas, because we had great business ideas. I mean, hell, we ran the biggest mixed martial arts company and from Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia. Nothing was bigger than Warrior MMA at the time. Nothing did.
It's okay. You guys were trying to find some common ground there. That's what
we did. We did. We tried to find exactly.
So what exactly was said?
So Jimbo said this. Jimbo looked at me and he said, I believe you know. And I said, what do I know? And he said, what's been going on? And he made me, so he put it on me to say at the time what's going on. Remember, at that time, that son of a bitch was playing that trial over and over and over and over again. Yeah. Every week there was a different segment of it, something going on. He said, and I looked at him, I said, look, Jimbo, I have never even watched a full trial. I put that out of my mind. I want nothing else to do with that. And he said, and if you look at Jimbo, you can look at his face and you can see it. It's a face of concern, is what it is. He says, I want you to know I didn't have anything to do with the actual killing of it. And I said, do what? He said, I didn't have anything to do with the killing. He said, but I do know a little bit more. And I said, what do you know? He said, I can't. And that's when he shook his head. If you look at the damn thing, he shakes his head. He says, look, Shelby did all of it. And I was like, did what, Jimbo? I said, you talking about the Ronnie shit? He said, yes.
Oh, come on. You knew exactly what he's talking about.
I did, but listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying, man.
I'm listening.
I knew it, but
I'm totally captivated.
No, I know you're captivated. I wanted him to listen. I wanted him to say it. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
I wanted him to say it for
trying to get him. Okay.
Exactly. And he did. Because he'd never said that to me before. Never. That's why.
So wait, since all of that, all through the trial, all through the years of friendship from there, you never had a conversation with him about that? And he never said to you, never said to him, like, Jimbo, you didn't have anything more to do with this, did you? You never had he had never said to you before, I had nothing to do with, like, that was the first time he said I had nothing to do with this?
That was the very first time.
I would think that would be something you guys had talked about quite a bit.
No, but see, that was something that was always bothering him with me. And he knew that. He knew, but I never.
You never asked him? That's what bothered him?
I never. Well, I never had asked him ever before about it because I didn't know. See, here's
was it
the thing.
Something that he didn't want to bring up?
Well, that too. It always made it. So here's the thing. I would hint ideas about it, or like not ideas, but like I would hint like things that somebody else has said, kind of like portray into what. Go ahead.
You'd bring it up subtly.
Exactly. But I wouldn't bring it up to the fact that he would see what's coming. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he'd be subtle about it, and
bingo. He would shy off of it.
Okay.
But I had him in a position where he already admitted that, hey, I want to be like it was in old times. So I already had him in a standoff position. You see what I'm saying? I knew I had him there. So I knew that if I asked him, or if I brought that up, or if I give him like the little bit of like leeway into like knowing, like he knew what I was saying, because he knew how I felt about it. He knew I knew that something more was there, but I never said it because I wasn't around at the time when it happened. The joke stuff, even with Shelby and Jimbo, whatever the joke stuff was supposedly being, I didn't know nothing about it. until it was brought up, you know, years and years later on Jimbo's panel when they first started talking about a joke.
Yeah,
and Shelby was saying something.
There are some, and I don't know people, but these are some really weird jokes, and it doesn't make sense.
It don't make no sense. It does not make no sense to me either. Now, do I believe Shelby made partial of that up? Yes, I do, because I know how Shelby works. I know what Shelby's done. Shelby killed John Berger, and I don't care what anybody says. John Berger was killed by Shelby because I watched him push that kid off that bridge. I watched him. I was running trying to catch up with the car that Dexter Holly and Shelby Shell, John Thundercloud, and Steele was in that vehicle. I watched him. I watched Shelby have that boy get out and dare him to walk on top of that bridge there on that area. And I watched Shelby push him off.
Why wasn't Shelby charged for that?
The what?
Why wasn't Shelby charged for that, though?
No one ever talked about that. No one ever did anything about that. Shelby was underage at the time. That was when the U.S. Marshals, that was when we was reported as being kidnapped, and the U.S. Marshals rode buses back with us to make sure her safety of us getting back to her parents and stuff. Of course, I was 18 years old, and that's when I first started wrestling.
Okay.
So there was a lot to that.
Is there any? How old was John Berger?
Oh, my God, man. I want to say. See, Shelby was about. Shelby was about 14, 15 years old.
So was he another kid?
See Shelby's age. No. I don't think he was 18. He may have been 17, 16, 17. Maybe 18. He might have been getting ready to hit 18. I think I was 18, or I think I was right at 18 and 19. It was right. Look, I'll tell you what.
Did he drown? Did he, like, is there, I mean, I imagine if a, 16, 17, 18-year-old kid.
It was said to me that later on the Gators got him.
So they never found him. Like, is it? Can I, like, if somebody wanted to research this, could they look up that name? I
don't know, because you have to understand. Back 98, 99, you didn't have internet, you didn't have none of this. You had newspapers and shit like that.
Yeah, there'd be a news article, I think.
Well, you would think
it's possible, though. You're right. Maybe they thought he ran away or something. I don't know.
Well, mom had one time before, she said that something about a head that was found. So I don't know. I really don't. Okay. I mean, I was good to John. I like John.
Let's leave it open that there's a possibility that he swam out or something. But as far as you're concerned,
let's leave that open, because I don't know. I did see him push him. I did see him push him because I was running after the car.
I believe that. I believe with the conviction that you say, the conviction in your voice, I believe you. I don't know if he swam out of there and he was all right and it wasn't that high of a bridge, or if the Gators got it. I don't know.
You follow Alabama Bridge.
So I could even look, see how big that is. Okay, so I believe you. I believe that you are. What you say you saw is what you saw.
So I don't know. The thing about it is, look, what happened is, I tell you what, okay, so we was into this big wrestling league, is ASP, Atlantic States Pro Wrestling, ASPW. So what we did is we went to North Carolina. We went where Matt and Jeff Hardy was from. Matt Hardy was not Matt Hardy. Well, he was not Matt Hardy at the time.
He was like North Carolina.
He was signed over at the time. He was, but he went under the name Matt Fury. I wrestled him that night. Jim Cornette walked out with me that night. Now, the way the match went was, of course, I didn't go over. I was a heel. So I did not go over with a clean finish. Jim Cornette hits Matt Fury in the back with a tennis racket. He turns around. At the time, he turns around, and when he turns back around, I give him a kick. Then I pick him up and I hit him with the finisher. It's called Venom. As I roll him over, go ahead.
But I just want you to finish the story at the McDonald's.
That's pretty much it with the McDonald's thing.
So
And then,
like
he said,
after,
and then I looked at him and I said, how do you, I said, where do you want to go from here? He said, everybody's watching. And then at that time now, in the end of it, if you look, he's got nearly 350 and I've got around, he may have even had 390 some people and I may have had 350. Like it kept changing over and over and over and over.
Mhm.
So hold on one second.
That's a big bridge. It's pretty huge. I just looked at it. I sent
you
you a
look it up?
picture of it.
So,
It's a huge
okay. So,
bridge.
it's changed over the years too, by the way.
I sent you a
I think
picture of it.
it
It's
has.
pretty big.
Look, I've only been there a couple times. I don't know much about it. Like, it was crazy. So at the end of this, he looks at me and he's like, or I said, how you want to do this? And he said, let's just quit. Let's quit arguing. I won't bother you. You don't bother me. Don't say anything else about me. And I said, I really haven't never said anything about you, Jimbo. You're the one that's all over me. And he said, look, I said, right now. And I looked down because I could see his phone going, do, and it was Kemper. And he kept on hitting and he would reject his call or whatever he was doing. And I said, how are you going to explain that? He said, well, I said, what? He said, let me handle that. I said, okay. He said, you know what we should do? I said, what's that? He said, we just play it off and we do the fist bump. And that's when the magic fist bump happens. He's on my live, I'm on his live, and then we hit each other's fist on the thing.
Okay.
But that's mostly what it was about. Did anybody admit to anything or going through anything? No, they didn't. You see, I'd always had that in my head because of Shelby saying shit. Because that's when the time he started saying stuff. I didn't know nothing else.
What was Shelby saying?
At the time, Shelby was saying that that Jimbo was talking about the joke and all that. That's when all this stuff started. Because the trial was being played over and over and over, and I never watched the trial. I never had nothing to do with any of that.
I don't think anybody knows Shelby better than you, or at least up until that point. And I don't know if there's many people that know Coach better than you. So
I agree.
there's a lot. You know what? Maybe we could even save this. There's a lot to, because it's already almost 2:00 in the morning. I got to get up.
You got to work.
Yeah, there's some good. I want to talk to you more about this.
Well, I don't care. I mean, we can. You and I've got your number. You got my number.
Fair enough.
So,
that's
a lot of this stuff don't need to be on YouTube because it's already been beat by a dead horse. Bro.
It has been.
It's like
you're right. It has been beat by a dead horse, and it is personal to you. It's very personal to you, and if you say something about family, it then comes back to it's family for you. This isn't just a. You're right.
But, well, you have to understand a lot of this stuff that happened between me and him was exactly that. Kayfabe storytelling. It was ring psychology.
Well, that's you just confirmed. So, like I thought there was a lot of, even if you guys weren't acting, I still was able to, or I'm not able to, but I felt that there was two parts. Like so there was that. Okay, so in wrestling, there's the heat, there's the comebacks, there's crowd control. Yep.
So he used that. Now, did I use it any at all? I've used crowd control before. I've never used heat and comebacks. I've never used that. But I have used crowd control.
You need to. You want to maintain interest, and you want to. That's all okay. You're trying to keep interest and keep people watching and entertain people. That's okay.
So we use a thing called CAA, which is call inaudible. Do you understand that?
Yeah, of course. You change it on the spot.
Well, change it on the spot. If it's hot, you feed them more. If the crowd is dying, you call inaudible. That's as simple as that. CAA is call inaudible. It's like if the crowd is dying, what do? You got to call inaudible. And what is that? That's change it on the spot. And if the crowd is hot, you feed them more. It's as simple as that. Jimbo used that. Jimbo used that more than anybody. Did I use it? Yes, I did.
Sure. No, and things were heating up, and people, when you left there, and Yeah, no, it really played out like well, like a male soap opera, what they call wrestling, right? Like it played
What
out
it
like
is you have certain wrestlers. Okay, so if we're pertaining this to wrestlers, let's use this as creators now. Let's turn this into YouTube because this is what it happened though. You have me. Okay, so you have people who can control the crowd. You have me. You have people like Benny Keys. You have Jimbo. You have people who know how to relate to the crowd. You had No Thanks. You have Dolly Vision. You have people who know how to control the crowd. And what that is what we do is it's called puppet master crowds in real time. You puppet master them, and that's what you do.
and that's what they want.
You're giving them what they want, anyways. It's exactly right.
At least
you're giving them
in that
everything
instance.
exactly what they want.
Yeah.
So when you do that, you have what's called grimace. Okay, so you know what grimace is. This is the facial expressions. This is body
Mhm.
language. We all use this, whether we know about it or not, because it's natural. It's human. It's human nature, anyways. But here's the thing: when you study human nature and you study behavior, some people just study a little bit more. They go into a little bit more depth of it. It's the part of working a body. You're working a body part. Boom, 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 boom. You stay on one body part. If your finisher has something to do with that body part, well, it makes it real to the crowd that, hey, this
They're
could
like,
actually
oh,
happen.
yeah, they grimace.
Right.
Yeah, like,
Exactly.
oh, that
That's the
hurts.
grimace.
Because he's been
Exactly.
working that. Yeah.
Exactly. The struggle to stand.
Yeah.
Where do you think Jimbo got his name at, the stand? Think about that.
Well,
That's
he says
another
that.
thing.
I thought it was from that was something that always kind of confused me because I like the book, The Stand. And
So you're talking about the horror
Stephen,
book, of course.
yeah, Stephen King. But I thought that it meant and as in like the the stand where you take the stand, like court.
Okay,
Right?
so I'm gonna go. What's that?
I thought it was like when you take the stand at court.
So, okay, so if you take Stephen King's The Stand and you put it in the verses of like pro wrestling, you have to understand The Stand is essentially a good versus evil saga, correct?
Oh, yes, yep.
Now get what I'm saying, brother. Now I'm telling you. Now look, if I wasn't being honest, can you at least validate this? If I wasn't being honest, would I give you this information right now?
I hope not. I can't say yes or no for sure, but I've made it clear that either be honest with me or don't say anything.
Exactly. Think about it.
And if it's a work, let it be a work. Like I've been very clear with you about
think about what
about
Jimbo
being
did.
honest and being.
Think about what Jimbo did. He used The Stand as essentially a good versus evil saga, right? So what does it have to do? It has to feature certain things. So
A villain,
characters,
a hero.
Well, you have prophets, warriors, and betrayers. Betrayers, correct?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay, so you have to have a moral struggle for the storyline, okay? Because what that's going to do is the soul of humanity. See, when you have to bring it all into context, then you have what's called your characters forced to choose a side. Get that?
Did I lose you? Are you there?
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Ernie?
He's answering you. I hear you both.
I'm in here. Can you hear me, bro?
I lost him.
I hear you both.
He was just getting to some interesting stuff. Let me leave and come back in. Hang on.
All right.
Okay.
I'll tell him.
Can everybody
He's coming back in.
Charlie?
He's
Can you
bouncing
hear
out.
me?
He's coming back in. Yeah, I can hear you and I can hear Homelander. He's bouncing out and he's going to come back in.
Okay, cool deal.
He'll
'Cause
be
I
fine.
really want to get into this.
Yeah, he does
And I
too.
know
He said
that I'm
this is
taking
really
people's-
interesting.
Well, let me ask the chat. Let me ask the chat. Chat, is this interesting to you guys? Is this what you wanted to know? Is this what you wanted to understand? How The Stand came about and how it relates to pro wrestling? Everything Jimbo does is about pro wrestling, okay? You have to have a heel. You have to have a face. You have to have that baby face.
Ernie, can I ask you a question with the wrestling?
Hold on one second, Charlie. You there? You there, Homelander?
Yeah. So go ahead. Just wrap it up for me.
I'm going to wrap it up real quick. Charlie, go ahead and ask your question real fast, and I'll wrap it up.
Really quick. You guys had your own wrestling, or were you both partners in one company?
Okay.
Oh
so,
no, I'm just I just grew up watching wrestling.
No, I'm saying,
no. He's talking about
Jimbo. I'm sorry. Okay, yes.
Okay, so
Good question.
Charlie.
Good question.
Charlie, I'm going to finish this up, and I'll answer you that question. Okay. So
Okay, all right.
actually, I'll answer it first. I own the company. Everything was in my name. I'm the one that paid for the ring. I've got the bill of sales for the ring. Jimbo, like I said, he manipulated me. He done a lot of things, and he caused me to do a lot. He really did. Because at that time, I worked 3 different jobs. I had a great career, a hell of a career. Now going back on what we're talking about. So we all can agree that The Stand is pretty much a good versus evil saga. So you see all the things. You have to have a moral struggle, and the thing that he would use for is the soul of humanity. He would make it much bigger than what it normally was. He had to make it that way because he had to use the wrestling effects, which is he had to use ring psychology because it can't be using ring psychology if nothing's there. So what it is at the end, it's characters. It's forced to choose a side and make a stand. If you don't believe me on this, think about everything he's done.
It fits.
Now listen, compare that. If you compare it to professional wrestling, as in, like you said before, Homelander, before I even started this, booking agent. He's a booking agent. He's the booker. So let's do this. You have The Stand titled out, The Stand. You have pro wrestling. Now, you have a guy who's an evil person, like he tried to be like me, Ernie Shell. Then you have the top heel or something like that. So he tries to put me a bunch of these heels. Now you have to have somebody who's good, like him. He's the baby face. He's the mentor. He is the Dusty Rhodes or he's somebody he's creative.
Putting together a stable.
Exactly. Now you got to have what's called a motor or a journey of some sort. Now that journey can be that him that he's showing the trial to everybody, correct?
Yeah.
That's his path. That's his path to what? Redemption. Do you understand that? Do you see that?
Yeah.
At the whole time, he was trying to say that what I was saying was wrong, but everything he was saying is what? Right. Okay, so then you have betrayals, the mind control, and pretty much the inner conflict, right? So what that is that's the classic heel turns and faction drama, which is me, right? Like he would always make his shows about me and everything.
Yep.
So if you want to know how that, this is how it has everything to do with that. Now, finally, you have what's called the final confrontation, the McDonald's example, the McDonald's, the main event, the WrestleMania, the McDonald's screw job, the Survivor Series. You get what I'm saying, right, Homelander?
Yeah, I get it.
The final showdown.
Yep.
That's what it is. And that's why people don't understand that, because he made it in a point like this ain't something he just come up with. Okay. He didn't just come up with this. He's this type of person that will sit down and he will calculate shit. And I know this because he's handed me shit to do. And I'll be like, I could tell when, hey, you put this together and you didn't think shit about it and you just want it done to make some sort of money or something like that. And then I could look at other things he's put together. He would have pamphlets. He would have professional programs. He would have brochures. He would have stuff like that. So only thing that was left that wasn't a wrestling show is your Titantron, your pyros, and the promos. Well, the promos wouldn't matter, but that's it.
Let me tell you the one thing he was missing. The one thing both you guys are missing, and that you now have, and that you can use, is neither of you had something to overcome. There was no, like you said, there's got to be that journey. There was no journey. There was no place to go. There was no place to end up. It was just a back and forth. But now you have something to overcome. Now you have a real journey. to show, and you have an opportunity to have a real moment of triumph, and that's where you get bigger, better, and more, and you generate more interest. That's where it doesn't just stagnate at a back and forth. Oh, he's got a box of dildos that he left here. Oh, he did this. And, you know what I mean? Like all that nonsense.
Exactly.
You actually have something now to overcome, to finish, and then after that, you find something else to overcome. But that's it. You just, you hit your journey. You keep doing what you're doing. You keep hitting all your marks. It was great talking to you guys tonight. It was a wonderful time. And
excellent.
It's a pleasure. Have a good night, gentlemen.
You too.
Have a good one,
Also,
man.
be
Be
safe,
safe, brother.
man. Be
Thank
safe.
All right. Good night, everybody.
See, brother. Charlie, that son of a bitch made me give my secrets away tonight.
I know. But I
You
got
know.
to say one thing, because I'm really, really interested in this, because it's really amazes me what Jimbo, what I think he was trying to do, and I could be wrong, maybe he did it. I think he was trying to take over the company from you, or he did take the company from you.
Well, he did. Well, the thing about it is, when my son was born,
That's what I think his plan was with all this shit.
Well, listen, when my son was born, I turned all of my files over to him anyways. I said, I don't want nothing else to do with this. I didn't want nothing to do with it. Now, here's the fact of the matter is, here's the fact. Here's something that you guys got to take in consideration. Whether you hate me or not, whether you like me, whether you hate me, I didn't have to do what I did tonight. I didn't have to do that at all. I can sit here and take you all for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like over a period of time, I can do that.
I believe
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And here's the thing. Do I have money now? No, I do not. I do not. I'm waiting for this job. I'm waiting for this career. And I understand slow and steady wins the race. I do understand that. Now, before, in the past, when all this fame and all this publicity and shit was going on with all this public notation, this knowledge of everything, yeah. Did I run through it? Yes. Could I have done better? Yes. But I was wrong. I was wrong in the things I did.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you all when I say this. You guys here in a little bit are going to be very shocked. I'm saying this with great pleasure. And I'm saying this also is it's nothing that's going to hurt you guys. I would never hurt anybody. I would never hurt you guys. But you are going to be shocked about what happens and what turns out about me. You're going to be shocked. Now, you're also going to see that everything I've said, there's a reason I've said it, and it has and it will come to play, okay? It will come to pass. I promise you that. Now, look, we've been friends. We've been enemies. We've had our hearts ripped out together. And sometimes we've ripped each other's hearts out. I don't want to be that way. I gave you every advantage tonight. I gave you everything that I've used on you all in the past. I come clean. I have came clean. When you say I've hurt many, now, when you say I've hurt many, have I doxed people? Yes. Have I defended myself? Yes. But I only used the things that I knew how to do from prior engagements and from prior work history. I never used anything that was alias or that was alien on you all. Never, ever. I used you all against yourselves. The information I gathered and things I did I use strategy? Yes, I did. Did I even use manipulation? Yes, I used pretext. Now, What I mean to say by this, if I can change the way I feel about you all, surely you can do the same, or at least give me the benefit of the doubt. Now, look, I came with this stuff spot on, no Google, no anything. I'm telling you from what I remember and my skills and what I know. Okay, this is things that I have really, I grew up with. Okay, I had to understand how to survive.
Look at the chat. Look at Pride Kills. Look at Honey.
Yes, I believe that. But look, and I appreciate you.
It don't look negative to me.
I know it's not negative, but check this out. I appreciate you all for that. But look, I've seen people come in this chat and back on my channel that I never thought I'd see again.
Exactly.
So that shows me right there, people, that people believe in me still. Now, am I a liar about a lot of things? I was a liar for hire. Yes.
Yeah.
Am I stolen valor? No, I am not. And I will prove that here soon. As soon as Angelo and the papers are in my hand, I will show you what I have. I will show you what I have. Have I hated Nicolina? Yes, I have. Do I hate Nicolina now? I can't say I do. I cannot say I do. And the reason why is because I think she sees. You know, the thing about it, Nicolina, is people can say she's stupid and ignorant. And yes, she does fall for certain things, but
she's very smart, in my opinion.
She is smart. In ways, she is smart. She's smart. She has her battles. And where Nicolina is smart at is she knows how to maneuver. She knows how to maneuver around and get herself around any part she wants to be in. She can go anywhere. Now, if I want to say something nice about somebody, and on one side, I got to say something nice about others too. If you say these other creators, are they smart? To a point they are. They're smart on information and information gathering. However, they are clueless on what information sources they use to gather their information. That's all I'm going to say about it. You guys can believe me, or you don't have to believe me at all. The fact of the matter is, you have that right. That's your choice. I can't take that away from you. It's just like I can't say, Charlie, if I catch you over at Blame Katie's, or if I catch you over at Traders Amongst, or if that you're not longer going to be who you are. I have no right to say that, people, because as Americans, as free Americans, we are able to do that. We're able to say that. We're able to be that. We're able to become that. As in the Bible, in Proverbs 23:7, as he thinketh in his heart, as is he. That is a fact. That is true. Now, let me ask you a question, guys. If I was to open up these teaching techniques and show you all a world that's out there that you have never ever seen before, that you've hardly even heard of it, would you all be interested in classes?
I would.
I showed you tonight. And I'm pretty sure you can tell that Homelander is not just your average YouTuber.
No, definitely not.
Definitely not.
I enjoy listening to him.
The words he uses.
Yeah. He knows how to speak.
He knows how to speak. He knows what words are. He knows the meaning of words. And most importantly and effectively, he knows how to use those words.
Yes.
Now, listen, guys, it ain't about what you know, okay? It ain't. It's about when and how you use it. Always remember that. I don't care if you're the smartest person on YouTube. It's about when and where you use it or how you use it. When, where, how, what you use. See, here's the thing about it. That when, where, how, all that, what, when, where, how, you know, who you use it on, what you use it on, how you use it. You know, when you get into that or where you use it, that's open-ended. You can put anything with that, but it don't matter what you know. You may know it. You can know it all you want to, but you never use it. If you never use it, guess what? It does you diddly squat. It does you no good. Now, I know tomorrow this all is going to be clipped.
Yeah.
Guys, tonight has been a special night for me as well. We're going to conclude this right now. We're going on 4 hours.
We got to, because there's a lot more. I feel it.
Charlie, man,
I can feel it.
When I come out with all this, man, these people are going to flip.
I know. I definitely know. That's why I'm here. There's a lot more information that you have.
So here's the thing. I'm going to give you a chance right now to say goodbye to everybody, and we'll continue this.
Yeah. All right, everybody. You have a good night. I hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you for the support of Ernie. I appreciate you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Ernie, brother, you have a good night. You be safe and enjoy your life from now on. And I really mean that. I really do. You deserve it.
Well, I appreciate it, Charlie. Listen, before you leave, I want you to know, sometimes in this world, when I get in these situations, I'm being honest with you.
I know.
Tonight, how you held the channel for me in the panels and all through the day, I want you to know, I appreciate that. I appreciate you for doing it. And I want you to know, Charlie, you're not the same man who you were 4 years ago.
No.
Or 3 years ago, 2 years ago. You're not.
You have changed me.
And
so has Renee.
You see, Charlie, only thing I did, if I take any credit at all, is I opened your eyes.
Yeah, you did.
That's it. You see,
I agree.
You like everybody else here, even you and everybody else, all I did to you, Charlie, was show you. I did not say, Charlie, do this, do that, do this, do that, because I let you make your own choices. But I did show you an easier way, a way of saying, hey, I can see through this.
Yeah.
And you do now. Because what do you do now that you didn't do before? You ask questions about things now.
Yeah. I've noticed that a lot too. I've been asking questions to you even tonight. I never did that before. I never asked one question. And I've been doing that a lot lately now. So now, but I actually appreciate you. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here in this. I wouldn't be. If you asked me like 10 years ago if I'd be a YouTuber, and I don't even call myself a creator. I actually just call myself a streamer. I like to, just talk. But if you asked me if I was going to be on YouTube doing this, I'd be like, what are you, crazy? No way. I could never do this.
Charlie, you are who you are for a reason.
Yeah.
You met me for a reason.
Yes.
God himself puts people in people's paths, in people's lives for a reason. Audrey, Arctic, Christina, Brianna, Pride kills, honey balloons. It don't matter who you are. Trom, Beloved Ghost, Wimbles, seriously, Redstone, all of you all. Every single one of you guys. Every single damn one of you. Locksmith, you as well. You all are here for a reason. Now, it may not be a reason to like me. You may be here for a reason because you don't like me.
Yeah.
You may never like me. But the fact of the matter is, in order to win, for you to win, that means that I have to accept defeat. And I'm never, ever going to accept defeat, because the only way you win is someone has to physically and emotionally and mentally accept defeat.
Uh-huh.
That's a big deal for me.
Yes. I know you're going to take care of what you got to take care of, and you're going to rise above this. I really do believe that.
I'm going to win this.
I know you are.
And I'm going to use all this stuff for the last 4 years, and I will turn these adversities into advantages, and I will become the next governor of Kentucky. That is a fact.
I know. I believe that you will. And
I will.
I want the chance to visit governor's mansion, please, if you get that chance.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Charlie, I appreciate you for coming up, and I appreciate everything you've done throughout the day.
All right. I'll talk to you later or tomorrow, all right?
Okay, I'll see you, brother.
All right. See you, brother. Love you.
Love you too, brother. Bye. Now listen here, people. This is from the heart. No games. Straight you and I. No games. I've admitted to you what all I've done. I admitted to you guys. I admitted to you that there's things in this world that I know that I don't supposed to know. I don't supposed to know this stuff. Could I have done things differently? I could have. Now, this is the part that a lot of you all are not going to like. Let me keep you for about 10 more minutes, and I'm going to show you how smart and how intelligent that I am. I'm going to show you something. Let me get me a drink. Just let me get me some drinks. Okay. I gave you everything I've used. Everything. Except precision. I never spoke about precision tonight. I could have easily talked about precision, but I left it out. And I left it out for a reason. I wanted to conclude the show with what I call, and what we operatives call, precision. You see, when you study behavioral patterns, and what really got me was Homelander and behavioral patterns. You see, we have to build realistic online personas. Remember, I talked about personas. But those personas, they have to match exactly what the subject is looking for. Now, this time, you was the subject. You people was the subject. So I knew that I had to match what you're looking for. Now, is this saying that I'm faking, I'm false? No, it is not. I'm speaking to you from the heart. I created a character, the original Predator Hunters, because that's what I was. You know, just because we did this, we did that, does not mean that I never did it before in the past, because I knew exactly what to do. I knew exactly what I was doing. Yes, I did. Now, in this case, what I did with Angelo is I knew he had on to something. I knew what he had and what he didn't have. I gave him time and chance after chance after chance. So let's rephrase what I just said. What I done to you guys, I done exactly to him. I built those behavioral patterns in thinking that I was afraid and that I was scared. At the whole time, I knew what he was doing. But I made him think that, hey, it's okay to do this. It's okay to do this. He's never going to do anything. He's not going to do anything of this. The whole time I was letting him build it up. Now, if we rephrase that last sentence I did, I built that realistic online persona. It matched exactly what him, in this case, as a predator, what he was looking for. That's all I did. That's all I did. So how did I do that? How did we catch Angelo? Did we use fake profiles with believable bios? Did we use fake photos with language of emojis or anything? No. No, I didn't. So what did I do that made Angelo go all in? I knew, and he knew, that he had you people. I knew he had you fools. I knew he did. I knew he was wrapped around Sarah Smiles, or he had Sarah Smiles wrapped around his finger. He had Katie wrapped around his finger. I knew the. And let's be honest with each other. If we're going to be honest, we got to be honest with each other. You cannot tell me that when I've been on panel, Katie would always go for Angelo. I always go for Angelo. Production wins. Guess what, Katie? Production does not win. They may win sometimes, but I'm sorry to say, you lost this one. Production lost. When it comes to this situation, your production lost. You see, you didn't understand what your opponent was. You understood who your opponent was, but you didn't understand what your opponent was. Now, here's how you lost. You see, all I did was just stay naive. I stayed naive enough to hook, because I knew Angelo had already swallowed the hook, and he was swimming around, spreading it everywhere. All these other channels that pulled out this bullshit on me. I knew what he was doing. I stayed quiet. I stayed silent. Did it hurt when he was doing it? Hell yeah, it hurt me. It hurt me a lot. I couldn't believe that people would believe in bullshit. You see, Stone Vet's got too big a mouth. He's not smart at all. But he thinks because he has this 20 or 30 people over there, until he started reporting on me, and now he gets a little bit of a crowd. But let's face facts, though. Let's face facts. If I have to go out of my character and somebody who I'm not, just to impress 30, 40, 60, 80, 100 people, I lose. I lose because the fact is, the reason I lose is I go out of my element. I have to go out of my element in order to please you. And then that's where I get caught up if I do that. You see, I never do that. You see, smart sting operations, well, we use targeted people. In this case, Angelo was the target. because he already thinks he knew what he knew. He didn't. He's an idiot. He's an idiot. I knew by his big mouth running that he was going to get in trouble. It was just a matter of time. When I was up on Katie's panel, Angelo was up there. Before this started, nobody can say that I didn't give him an opportunity to get out of this because I said, hey, call me. Here's my email. You know my number. Call me. Let's talk. I agree with you for a little bit there. I agree with you. Did I not say it, folks? That way, when all this stuff comes out today, it's going to be out here. I don't care how sorrow you are, how mad you are at me. You cannot say that I did not give that motherfucker a chance, because I did. I gave him an opportunity. I gave him an opportunity. Opportunity is what I gave him. Now, did he take that opportunity, or did he boast that opportunity and run and brag? Oh, he's got this. Oh, he's got that. So what I did is I pretty much let him incriminate himself. That's all I did. And that's what we do to predators. They incriminate themselves. You see, the best thing operations, you never initiate. I didn't initiate nothing. I let him do it. I let him initiate it all. You see, he's the one who initiated. Okay, so if it was a predator, I would let him initiate the illegal talk. If he was a child predator, he would be the one initiating the illegal talk. You see that? Only thing I did is I let him initiate the legal action that he took. That's what I did. And you're right. Don's on the boat. Don Shipley's on the boat. You know, Don Shipley's a good man. And he understands. He understands. Angelo, I hope you do show up. I really do. Well, I'm beginning to miss you. But the fact of the matter is, you're going to find out what it's like to run. You're going to find out exactly what it's like to be on the run. I hope when this happens that you would just do the wise thing and just turn yourself in. Because when you turn yourself in, I know at least 2 or 3 more people that's going to take charges out on you for what you've done to them. Not only as these charges, as it progresses, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to get you legally in all aspects. You see, that's what we do, predators. You see, we let them talk themselves in these positions and these situations by initiating. So you initiated everything. I never. All I did was let you, as I would the predator, make the first reference. When in predator's terms, it's make the first sexual reference. And then you pretty much suggested how you did it, which with a predator would be suggesting the meetup. Then you figured out how you would do it and spread it, which to the predator is the gifts or the coercion. You see what makes this so brilliant about this? The whole time I protected myself against entrapment for claims. You see, in predator terms, only thing I did was I protected my operation. I protected my operation. How did you do, Ro? You went to people who knew me and you bought them air fryers. You bought them books. You gave them your books. You gave them food. You sent them DoorDash. So, only thing that I did was I tried to escape, and I pretty much protected myself. I pretty much defended myself on everything. Meanwhile, are there records? Yes, there's records. You calling the TBI, remember that? You calling the sheriff's department, remember that? You bringing in a disgraced, failed lawyer like Michael Cohen, which I'm going to go after him as well. Once your stuff is effective. You see, not only did you not only did you cause a chain of events, I would have never thought that you, of all people, staff sergeant, retired staff sergeant, Angelo Stevens, I would have never thought, never in a million years would have I have ever thought that you was that stupid. That you was that stupid. DDP, me and him's going to talk about it. We got to talk about it. You see, Master Sergeant kind of followed what you did, except for he wasn't stupid like you. He never falsely or fraudulently signed my signature like you did. What's bad about it is the intent. You see, that's what we get on Predators. It's called intent. And to think that people say that I don't know what the hell I'm doing, I'm still good at this shit. Intent to commit fraud. You knew about it beforehand. You see, I like to turn these things into life lessons. And you're about to have one hell of a major one. Now, I would prefer that this not really go as far as I kind of want it to go right now, because I do have a heart. I offered you a way out, Angelo. I really did. From the bottom of my heart, I offered you a way out. Did you take it? Or did you boast even more? Let me ask you a question. Tonight, judge me by what you've seen tonight and the characters that's been up here and the people and the reality of it all. How many people in this chat right now, be honest with yourself, because I'm going to be honest with myself and you too as well. How many people right now can see, honestly see, what's really going on? Whether good or bad. How many can see what's really going on right now? Whether good or bad. If you'll just put a lightning bolt. The lightning bolt. We want the lightning bolt tonight, folks. We're closing the chapter. We want the lightning bolt. The lightning bolt. Put the lightning bolt in chat. Thank you all. I know there's more, and I understand. Some people are afraid. You learn something new every day, right? I don't care if I have to win you over one by one. I don't care. I understand that's my task ahead. To win you over one by one, I'm going to do that. I've been completing goals left and right since I've been out of jail. I'll just add one more goal. If I have to do it, I'll do it. My medicine is kicking in, folks. Like literally kicking in. It's been kicking in. And I'll probably like literally just lose it. When it hits. The power they use on me to put me out. But I'm sitting here talking to you. I'm talking to you all through my heart. I've offered everything I know what to do, what to say. I know you don't like me. Some of you all don't. And you probably never will. But here coming this week, you guys get to see who I really am and what I'm really about. You see, Angelo, it ain't that I don't like you, because I tried to have agreements with you. I tried to make it right, to my knowledge. I offered my hand to you. You spat on it. I can only say so much. Whether you not believe it or not, that's you. But I'm telling you right now, I never lied. Never lied when it comes to saying, hey, there's charges on you. Whether or not you take the highway road out, the road that I took years ago, and I destroyed my life with it, or if I take a more modest road, it doesn't matter. We all take our own, choose our own paths in life. There's a lot of different venues out there, but it's up to us, and only us, who choose what venues we visit. With that being said, I'm going to conclude this with, I never played you all. I never played you all at all. I let you all make your own decisions. And those decisions you make is you and you only. I love you all. Much respect. God bless you all. And as always, we the people will protect the children at all costs. Good night, everybody.
On the trail of shadows in the dead of the night, chasing whispers under the neon light, dusty boots stomping like thunder rolls, no place to hide when the truth unfolds. Bad boys, what's the plan? What you gonna do when we're knocking at your door, coming straight for you? We've got the cuffs, we've got the chase. We're the shadows running faster in this endless race. Smoke hangs heavy like a ghost in the air. Every card you play, we're already there. From the alleys to the rooftops we tread, you're the mark we target where you fled. The thrills in the hunt, it's the spark in the fire. To run you down is all we require. Skip the train. we thrive to strive. Maps and photos, clues in hand. We're the storm rolling down to take our stand. Lightning tiger strikes, predators in his sights. Bounty hunter's creed, what skills that only make you bleed. He turns down the wine, but he has the bloodline. He's fierce and strong, fighting all night long. He knows and strong, fighting all night long. He knows you're there as he senses you in the air. The ultimate super soldier of the night. Chaos within sight as his strategies will make you think twice. He is the killer inside. A nightmare to some and a dream to others. He cares for everyone, especially as long as he is a predator, strong as can be. He takes these fools and makes them see the rescue is near. Make a leaning us in fear. Hellfire is done as he turns to run. We the people will protect the children. Shadow in the dark, leaving his mark. Tiger on the prowl, hear his battle growl. Your time is up, listen here, Buttercup. It's Ernie Shell, and he will put you in hell. Your time is near, do you feel the fear? Shadow predators fear him. He's silent as he kills them. Always face to face, ruthless in the chase. He is the man, and he will take down the stand. 12 is 12, P.O. You know your name, Jimbo. He is the killer inside. A nightmare to some and a dream to others. He cares for everyone, especially his love. He is a predator, strong as can be. He takes these fools and makes them see the rescue is near. He is the killer inside. A nightmare to some and a dream to others. He cares for everyone, especially his love. He is a predator, strong as can be. He takes these fools and makes them believe the rescue is here.